Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
O'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. This is 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And Doug, we've got a Jim Dandy.
All right, that's good to hear.
For you today as Doug Armstrong speaks and Billiken and VCU fans fight.
Scrap, you know.
It's a Sadie Hawkins. You're the cute girl at the square dance. Jackson and Chairman Kurt are the handsome young lads. Jackson, of course, representing hockey as he is
ice or otherwise.
Ice, as he's doing a feature, a 30 for 30, actually, in Chris Pronger's career as a forward today.
God, I heard that. That was unfortunate.
Oh, you weren't here in the studio for that,
I was on my
you?
way to the doctor's appointment, and I heard it, and I was screaming at the radio, oh, no. Oh, no.
I picked up a read, and I had to go in for the kill. Yeah, for those of you who are not listening in the 10 o'clock hour, I asked Jackson what position Chris Pronger played after he joined us as a wonderful surprise guest. He eliminated goaltender, and I thought that was pretty impressive. I don't think he gets enough credit for that.
Yeah.
And then he chose forward. And Martin, that text inbox, which you are fascinated by 3 months into your tenure here on the program. Wow, it was.
I may go back. I'm going to go back and review.
Damn it, Fiddle.
Yeah.
Jamie Rivers says Chris Pronger might kill him. That's what he said.
I have to wear that one. You know, we're
Like he wore the C. You're going to wear that one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, who are we if we are not? I don't know what I was going to say there. Regardless,
It wasn't bad, though.
Yeah, I like that you just pressed eject as quickly as you did.
it wasn't going anywhere good.
So Jackson will represent the hockey side at the Sadie Hawkins, and Chairman Kurt will represent the basketball side for the Billikens. The win. And then the brawl in the stands, Doug. You're the cute girl at the square dance. Who are you going to dance with in this wonderful Sadie Hawkins?
I guess the brawl is
I think
the
that's
lead.
the right lead. I think that's the right lead.
It's newer. Yeah.
Well, Army's addressed us before. He's had these sort of State of the Union.
Hey, you called that yesterday. You called it. You said it feels like an Army presser kind of day.
Mm-hmm. It's usually when the team tanks and the coach is sort of frustrated. Army's like, all right, I'll wear it for a minute. It'll come out. And usually he's tougher on the players. He usually kind of rips the room.
Yeah.
So the coach doesn't have to because he doesn't care. He can do it. And he made a point. He said, this is not a State of the Union.
Yeah.
Like, hey, that's what I like to. It is a State of the Union. But he's done that before. We haven't seen a SLU brawl in the stand. I don't know that. I'm sure it's happened, but I don't remember it being this prominent.
Yeah, I don't ever remember one, really. But that was a pretty good argy-bargy last night.
Behind the VCU bench, it's a 6-point game with 1:10 to go, and then you have a lengthy delay. I was not working TV last night. I heard Chris May told Fox 2 something about it's unfortunate, we're investigating, but I don't know that we've heard any clarity, like what happened.
That's right. I asked Jackson, bothering him, what time was this, 5:30 this morning. I said, hey, have you been able to find sound from anybody, SLU VCU? And Jackson informed me, this kind of surprised me, that college basketball programs don't necessarily post the full pressers right away. They do, but it won't be until later this afternoon. Is that correct, Jackson?
Yeah, so they often will post the full presser, like you said, just it comes up later. And shout out to all the local TV people out there who do a great job of posting clips from the presser. It really helps out the morning.
Martin, how do you feel about that?
Really
We'll take the win.
It really helps out morning radio folk, especially an 8 p.m. college basketball game.
Late
Games, it's tough.
Yeah, because the first, would you say 38 minutes will go until about 9:50, and then those final 2 minutes will go until about 10:30.
If it's a close game, man, it's an epidemic. Ugh, man, it can be tough. And especially with last night's game, we were almost home in a decent amount of time, and then boom, it takes forever to get that back going again. You got to make sure everyone's safe.
Well, I was watching the game live with my 7-year-old because we're going to the game. Doug, we have a date with the Kilcoyne family on Friday.
Like family night out.
Family
Just
night
what the
out.
Billikens need is more families.
That's right. And so I said, hey, this is, he had basketball practice earlier in the night. He's getting into the game. And I said, hey, here's where we'll be. Here it is. They're playing a good team. Let's watch the final few minutes. And I'm just kind of watching casually since they're up by a comfortable margin. And he goes, Dad, what's going on here? They always fight in the stands? Because he's never really watched a game.
Yeah.
And I go, the hell's this? Is this Malice at the Palace?
Normally when you see a fight, it's maybe two guys getting into it, and that's about it. But this one, there's at least half a dozen, maybe more people at some point pushing and shoving each other.
Yes, it was large.
Yeah.
The clip that I've seen quite often on the Twitter tweets, there's an older guy wearing St. Louis University blue who is being pushed over, and then a bunch of people try to come to his rescue and then pull the guy who I believe was from right behind the VCU bench off of him. But there were a bunch of people involved. I don't think this was just two guys.
Yeah.
Then CBS Sports, which was carrying the game, was initially showing it, and there was a taller, bald St. Louis University fan who they were trying to get out of there. He was angry, and then they stopped showing it, and then the play-by-play guy took an opportunity to virtue signal to the broadcast audience, and that's always wonderful.
There was a chokehold at one point, as I'm watching it now. Yeah,
like the sleeper hold. Is that Kerry Von Erich?
No, he went right for the kind of the jugular, right? Just an older guy as he slumped backwards, and it was very unusual. When there's that many people involved, it leads you to believe that maybe there was a lot of trash talking going on, and the tempers were on edge for not just one or two people, but several around there.
And that's where the visiting team's family will sit. There's a ton of speculation. And Philip Russell is a St. Louis kid. He went to Vaughn, played at SLU, is on VCU. There's a lot of stuff people are texting in about it. I just don't know what role him being on VCU played. I don't know. And I don't want to speculate because people are saying his family was in the middle of it. I'll try and reach out to some Vaughn folks that might know his family and hear more about it. But clearly, it's behind the VCU bench, which is where their friends and family sit. I've been in that area before, and you're out of town people. So it's fair, I think, to assume there was some words back and forth to the VCU portion of the crowd, and that elevated things. Something, again, I don't want to be unfair to anyone because I don't know for sure, but there's a lot of stuff. Tim, on Reddit, they're talking about it. Where's the video from a fan? Isn't there always footage? You know, like our Eagles guy who went nuts. Oh, yeah. There's always somebody rolling with their, and I think Tom McCarthy was calling the game. He even said, well, in this generation, everybody's got their phone out.
That's right.
Maybe the chairman can find somebody's personal, because we had sort of a wide shot, Tim. We call it in TV a wide shot.
Pretty good video here, Martin, if you haven't seen it yet.
Yeah,
you haven't seen it, man?
Well, no, I've seen it. I'm asking if anybody was sitting next to him with their camera.
Call in. 314-974-0101.
Yeah, well, because Tom McCarthy said everybody has their phone. I saw the TV coverage. What I'm asking is somebody right there going, here's what happened. I was there, and this guy yelled this. Kind of like our Eagles story, how it
call in if you can give a first-person anecdote. Ours is the type of presentation where hosts ask listeners to
citizen journalists
cover the story. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. That's how you can get involved in the program. It overshadows, for better or worse, what was an impressive performance. I was watching that game from start to finish, matter of fact. And as Josh Schertz noted, for number one, well, do you have audio of him? He was very complimentary of the crowd there last night.
You know, our guys were feeding off the energy of the home crowd. They were into it. I think, you know, they lifted us at times. We were tired. Students were awesome. You know, they impacted the game in a positive way. And so, you know, I think there was, you know, anytime you're in a scenario like that, you're playing in a game like that, you know, you could just see we kind of, you know, we were getting fatigued, and crowd would get into it. We make a play, and they would just kind of, you know, wind beneath our wings there, lift us up. And we don't get through this game without them. I assure you. You know, VCU's rolling, you know, 11 guys out there, you know, pressing, and we're playing, you know, 6 or 7, and you know, our guys are gassed, but the crowd did a great job of steadying us. And it was the inverse of what happened there. You know, their crowd was amazing there, and really hard to deal with. And I thought our crowd was every bit as good tonight. And from what I'm told, it'll be, you know, as good or better on Friday.
He heard we were coming. Clearly.
Yeah, that does sound like that was about us. Did you take it? Is that?
I did. Most things are about us, certainly about you.
I agree with that part. I agree with that part.
Yeah, he is correct to make it about us.
I'm just glad they won a big game, because the last handful of years, and I really like Travis Ford, there were often big games, VCU Dayton, where the crowd would get into it, or the fan bases are, this is our biggest game of the year, even though the A-10 still falls flat a lot of times with a matchup. Hey, it's LaSalle. Okay. St. Joe. Okay. But VCU and Dayton have sort of settled in as pretty good basketball rivalries. And I have to look the numbers up. I think Travis was like 1-9 against Dayton. So you got the VCU, and now you got Dayton on Friday. And the whole thing for SLU is about being good at the end of the year and winning that A-10 conference tournament. So you just want to kind of judge how they're progressing. He's right, though. They're really, really lean roster-wise. Yeah. And Kellen Thames can't play. I mean, and like you said, VCU's rolling out 11 guys. SLU's got about 7 or 8 that they can work with. It's unbelievable.
They have Swope, Avila, and Jimerson all log 35-plus minutes a game. I mean, that is tough to do. College basketball is really, really fast, and that's impressive.
And not to be a negative Nelly?
I thought it was Nancy. Doug Nurse? Nancy?
Is it negative
Nurse?
Nelly or negative Nancy? What do you prefer, Doug?
Negative Nancy, usually.
Okay. But to win that A-10 conference tournament.
Or Debbie Downer, I guess.
Debbie Downer. You better get the highest seed you can get, play the least amount of games, because that's going to be hard on your group.
Yeah.
That's a thin roster. To make a run playing back-to-back-to-back could be a little bit of a challenge. I think there's a day off. Isn't there a weird like Friday off at the A-10 tournament, which may benefit them. I'm getting these too far ahead. Take it all back. Never mind.
How about this, Martin? From the 618, SLU Bills are making an Elite 8 run. That's from GCPCP. Jackson, I guess I can see if I can get some action on that.
You would get pretty good odds.
Is that right?
I mean,
you're going to pay plus 500.
I'll go.
I mean, I'm sorry, plus 5,000.
That sounds more right. I mean, yeah, that'd be just to make the tournament. They're probably in the plus 500 to 800 range. I'd have to assume. I mean, winning the A-10 tournament is no small task, and that's what they have to do if they want to go dancing, as I like to call it, Doug.
Wow, that's creative.
Did you invent that?
Oh yeah, well,
I don't understand it.
It's a big dance, you know.
Okay.
68 teams.
Right.
Tim and Martin better bring their brass knuckles on Friday night. That's from Kevin at the lake.
I'm looking at the slow-mo of this fight, and there's one older gentleman who's got to be mid-70s at least, and they're crawling over him and diving over him. He's just clinging to life.
I think I'm seeing the
to
same
try
video.
to avoid the storm.
Yeah. Stanford Steve was tweeting about it.
Was he?
I'm a big Stanford Steve guy from the SVP podcast and Sports Center, and he was tweeting about it like fiasco in St. Louis.
The thing...
Boy, first Terrell Davis, now this.
If you're sitting lower than the people fighting, don't get involved with the fight. You can't fight up.
I think what happened was once people saw the older guy, having people on top of him, that people, for their better nature, unlike like the Biz fight in Scottsdale,
right.
Where they hid out in the restaurant, we're like, okay, we got to help this guy out.
Totally.
I think that's what it was.
Yeah, I would have to assume because if 99% of people are playing Peacemaker, it looks like a massive brawl when really people are just trying to keep the peace.
Yeah, I think that's most of what it was.
Yeah,
I do see the one choke. I don't really see a lot of punches thrown. There could well have been a punch thrown before the TV cameras caught it, however.
Yeah, fighting in the stands is never a good play.
Well, there's a big opportunity for citizen journalists, Doug, to call in or send their video in.
Call in, big eyewitness.
314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 100 West Dental. Online at 100westdental.com, or you can call 636-585-0100. A huge offer going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, at 100 West Dental, they have a digital scanner. It can show you a simulation of what it's going to look like before you even go through with it. If you don't have dental insurance, that's not a problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. It's 100westdental.com. No phone call needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team with incredible facilities right off of Manchester and Baldwin. Really impressive. Does not feel like you're going into a dentist's office. It is the newest technology. It's 100westdental.com. Dental health impacts the rest of your body's health. Don't separate the two like it's insurance. It matters. Get checked up. 100westdental.com. Ladies and gentlemen, this program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. May 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. Doug, it's a big Citizen Journalist Day here on the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
We tried it with the warm-up. It didn't really work, did it? We assigned the audience to go to the
Kyle
warm-up.
Reese, who is a listener of the program and active on, what do you call him, Doug, the Twitter tweets?
Yeah.
He sent me a DM. He was ready to do it, but then he apologized something. But he does good work. We need to have him on the program. But what do we have here, Jackson? What do we got? You've been manning the phone lines, the Callier and Thompson phone lines, along with Chairman Kurt.
Yeah, Smooth, who was at the SLU game last night, sat real close to the action.
Okay, Doug joining us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. A gentleman with his own podcast, which I believe I have been on. And Doug, is it called the Platform Sports Talk Show?
Well, I'm not sure. Perhaps we should ask him.
I believe that's what it is. I've been on it. Joining us right now is Smooth. Good morning, Smooth.
Hey, good morning, y'all. And yes, you are correct. The Platform Sports Talk Show, your Wednesday night sports delight, goes on every Wednesday, everywhere on social media.
There you go, Doug. There it is.
Tonight.
Okay.
Today's Wednesday. Can't wait.
Yeah, and yes, and as Tim said, I had the pleasure of having him as a guest about maybe 2 years ago now.
Yeah,
and
I feel
it
like
was,
that's what it was.
Yeah, it was one of the best shows we had, man. Very open dialogue. Shared a lot of stories, and it was just a great time.
Hold on. Is Smooth a lemming?
It was a light
This
gong.
call is all about.
I don't think people realize just how beloved I am.
Is this,
a
plant? Was this a plant?
Smooth? You texted in to say that you were right there. So what took place? For those of you just joining us, maybe you didn't see it. There was a brawl in the final 70 seconds of the Billikens' win over VCU, and we're trying to find out what caused it. So you're an eyewitness, Smooth.
Yeah, so my mother and I, it was her first game ever at the Chaifetz Arena, and I wanted to take her out to the game to enjoy the experience. So we got there super early, sat in our seats, and we saw the mother of Philip Russell, who used to play at Vaughn High School, and she arrived. Her family started coming down. Of course, started getting packed at the arena and everything. So here goes the fun part. So during the game, no hate on, older white people who like to drink, but y'all know how y'all can get at times when y'all can start heckling the refs and heckling whatever, just talking stuff. So anytime there was a play that happened during the game where Philip Russell was involved in it, they would just say, "Oh, that was a foul on him," or "Oh, he missed that shot." And so anytime they would say something, then his mother would turn around. Now, I think early on she was just playing with him, just going back and forth. And so she would say, "That's my son. That's my son, and he going to do it," stuff like that. So going on throughout the whole game. So right at the very end of the game, during that last time out with about 1 minute to go in the game, something got said. She turned around, and she started walking up towards our row. Now, the people that were heckling her, one group of people sat right in front of our row, and then 3 seats over was where there was a man with a nice big can of Bud Light or Bush, whatever one it was talking stuff, getting red in the face. And she started walking up, and she wanted to actually sit in what she thought was an open seat and just continue to play around and just talk stuff. However, one of the men, I guess it was a lady or wife, told her, "Hey, you can't sit here. This is my seat. You got to leave." And she kind of touched her. And there's one thing about black women. If you don't know them, you can't touch them. And the mother said, "If you touch me again, it's going to be a problem." So something to that nature. And then the white man that was sitting 3 seats down from us started talking. So what you going to do? Don't come up here and whatever, talking all this stuff. And my mom and I was like, wait a minute. It came from being playful banter to all of a sudden, I think it's about to be a problem here. So I said something was going on. So I grabbed my mom. I said, "Mom, come over here to my left. Let's go towards the aisle." So all of a sudden, this young black man who was sitting further down to our left, who I think was part of the family or friends of the family, he just walked across my mother and I. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. So he stood up and just stayed right in front of the white man that was talking stuff, and all of a sudden just swung on him. And all of a sudden, here goes the melee. So I grabbed my mom. I said, Mom, let's go ahead and go up these steps and get up out of here because we ain't got time to, be part of the mess. Now, for a minute, I thought about going viral and using my phone, like, hey, let me record this. But I'm like, no, let me go be smart. My mom is here. This ain't the experience that she deserves to watch. But all of a sudden, the melee was just going crazy. So they, as you saw in the video, they going down the steps, choking and pushing, and the whole nine, and it was just a whole mess. But it all started because the mother and a few of the fans were kind of going back and forth all day, but it was in a playful way. But I think what happened, as my mom was saying, was that the mother instigated it and made it worse by actually coming up to the step, because the mother was like maybe 5 rows down from where the fans were talking stuff from. But she walked up the steps in her mind thinking it was all good. And that's when the white lady was like, hey, this is my seat. You got to go ahead and leave. And then it just got personal and it went out of control.
Wow. So we saw a video. There was a taller guy in a Billiken sweatshirt, smooth, bald guy, and they were trying to get him out. Was that the guy that had the exchange, or was it the older guy who was getting pulled down the steps in the video? Or were they not involved with this initial confrontation?
So the bald guy, which sat right in front of me, he wasn't having an issue with the mother at all. So it wasn't him. It was the guy that, like you said, was getting pulled down. He was the one that was instigating it even more with the mother. But the bald white guy, I guess because he was cool with the people that he was with, once the melee started, maybe he got agitated by something, whatever, and then he got animated. But no, he originally was not part of the issue. Now, he was one of the ones that was yelling at the refs throughout the game or whatever, but it wasn't anything towards the mom. But maybe that was his wife, that the seat was that she tried to sit in, and the lady said, this is my seat. I'm not sure, but like I said, he was part of that group. But when I saw the replay and how animated he got, I was like, oh, man, this man sat right in front of me. So, yeah, it was just crazy. And I don't think they ever had a melee during a basketball game at SLU before. So that was the first, I think.
No, I don't remember. You didn't see anybody get seriously hurt, did you?
Say it again.
Was anybody seriously hurt as far as you could tell?
No. And then as my mom and I were walking up the steps, there was a young man wearing all red hoodie, red sweatpants, and he started walking down the steps, and I'm like, uh-oh, this ain't good either. And then you see him on the video. Now, I'm not sure if he was part of the fight, but he was in there trying to get into the middle of things, so I'm not sure if he did anything as well. But it was just a very interesting experience, I would say, last night for my mom's first game.
That was her first game. Oh, my.
Will you be discussing this on the platform?
Yes. So I need everyone to tune in 7 p.m. Central Standard Time on YouTube. Just put in the Platform Sports Talk Show. Tonight is the All Fellas show called The Man Cave, where anything can go down. So check it out. Everyone subscribe to it, like y'all subscribe to 101 ESPN and TMA.
Oh, fair.
And,
fair equal.
Hold us down.
All right. How is it that you haven't had Doug Vaughn, who's the Channel 4 sports director, on the show?
I've been so pressed for time.
You know what? I'm going to blame McKernan.
What's that?
He's going to blame you.
Oh, you blame me. All right. Well, now we're back on brand. Smooth, thank you for calling in with the first-hand account. And, again, he is the host of the Platform Sports Talk podcast. 7 o'clock tonight on YouTube. Smooth, great to hear from you. Thank you for taking the time to call in.
Hey, it was a pleasure. Y'all have a great rest of y'all show.
You too. Thank you, man. Thank you. That's Smooth with us here. Great to get the first-hand account, detailed first-hand account.
I guess not surprising. That's kind of the way things escalate.
Sounded like it was playful for him.
Yeah, and playful chirping, and then
so things start.
A little crazier.
Game gets tight.
Add alcohol.
Never a good mixture. That's always a tough variable. And yeah, these things can happen. I've seen it. obviously lower levels, but these things have, it starts as play. It almost always starts playful.
I don't really recall another brawl in St. Louis sports history. I'm sure there has to be one, but I don't really remember one.
Yeah, there was.
Blues and Blackhawk fans used to.
That's exactly right, Doug. I was texting watching this live last night, just watching it with my son, and he goes, "Is this what happens all the time?" Because he's thinking, "Okay, we're going to the game on Friday. I guess I got to be ready."
Ready to scrap.
Yeah. But a friend of mine was texting me. He goes, "Like this is the Blackhawks and Blues in the 1990s because you would have some scraps."
Yeah,
You would expect it maybe at Bragging Rights, just Billiken game, where it's a genteel crowd typically.
Big picture, people are actually remarkably well behaved at sporting events.
I got jumped at a Blues game about 12, 13 years ago.
We got Terrell Davis over here. Everything was going fine.
I didn't know about this.
Yeah, I was the girl I was dating at the time got a little overserved. Blues got a big overtime win, and in celebration mode, she chest bumped a fellow fan who, I guess, took issue with that, and I stepped in to defend her. Next thing I know, I'm on the ground getting kicked and stomped. I come to, and I'm at patios sitting on a bar stool. So
You were knocked unconscious?
I think alcohol might have played a role in some of the moments disappearing from memory. Those were back in my wilder days. But, yeah, I think it was at least 3, maybe 4 on 1, and I didn't get any licks in. But
So it was an unsolicited chest bump that started all this?
yeah, she was just fired up about the overtime win. And the guy was on crutches, so he didn't enjoy being chest bumped.
That's an important detail.
Added context here. What do they call it? Community notes?
The torn
The
meniscus.
chairman was jumped. Community notes. Well, it should be noted, his girlfriend chest bumped somebody in.
Looking back on it, I wish I wouldn't have defended her and just let her take it.
Oh, well, no, you did the right thing.
Because of how your relationship turned out, or because of how the fight turned out?
I'm not taking any further questions.
Council's instructed the chairman to step down.
All it takes is one spilled beer or a nacho going over your shoulder that you didn't mean to. And if the guy's in a bad mood or if he's liquored up too, it can happen. But as I was saying, in the big picture, you think of all the sporting events that go on in this country, sometimes 70 or 80,000 fans and almost always 15 to 20 at the college events. The fact that people are almost always well behaved is pretty nice.
Yeah. You see about 10, maybe 10 or more scraps from a stadium a year, but when you put that in the context of how many games are played across the United States every year, it's a small number.
In other parts of the world, they have these soccer brawls seem to happen once a week.
Tim, will you bring security on Friday, you think?
I always have security, just because I don't like to interact with people who want to talk to me.
Yeah,
I was thinking about going. I got your back.
You will be okay. You'll be in the.
He'll knock somebody over with crutches that might be trying to get to you.
Your record might be 0-1.
Well, I'm sober now, so I'm going to have a clear
He's
mind.
California sober. Do you have a problem with that term?
I'm not sure I understand it.
Oh, well, then maybe you can't have a problem with it. Chairman, would you like to explain?
I don't drink alcohol, but.
Isn't that just sober?
Well, occasionally I may participate in other things that some may deem
like snorting rails off my tramp stamp.
You do drugs, but not alcohol.
I don't particularly think it's a drug. It's legal in the state of Missouri, so
it's true.
Gummies.
Yeah.
Well, that's still a drug. It can be legal. We have a lot of legal drugs.
Sure, but I abstain from alcohol.
Okay.
I feel like California sober is I don't have a drinking problem, but I do it for health reasons. No?
Doug, do you accept that?
I'm not sure I'm going to accept that.
It feels like a California thing.
But if you're doing
California call-in.
If you're doing recreational drugs, that's probably not for health reasons. I mean, it can be, but it probably isn't.
Well, but he's not doing alcohol for health reasons, and then he chooses to do the gummies because he feels it's healthier than drinking until he pushes somebody over in crutches.
I have a feeling it's not gummies. Is it gummies? It's not.
I'm not.
Do you take pot?
Nicely done, Jackson.
Plowsy call in.
Yeah, for real.
I need pop people to call in. I need California to call in. We've settled what happened at the
Well, we've gotten one anecdote. I'd like to hear if we can get multiple perspectives. You're welcome to call in. Doug, is a citizen journalist day here?
That's what it is. Yeah.
But I would say there was great detail in his story. Some people said, why do we need to know white or black? But I think if you've seen the video, it's important that he pointed out certain people.
You're welcome to give, if you saw it, please, 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines. And again, to emphasize, the Billikens played a hell of a game, and they were, as is the case, anytime Josh Schertz is in here, he's talking about, we're shorthanded. They might have gotten more shorthanded with Thames' situation. And so that's a damn good win. And if you can get both wins against these two big opponents this week, that's a hell of a week for a team where he acknowledges they're going to have to win the A-10 tournament to get into the NCAA tournament. But that positions them quite well, as you were seeing them go up against a team that was 16-4 going into the game last night at Chaifetz. The other big story is what Doug Armstrong had to say yesterday and what the Blues did. We will go through those conversations with not only Doug Armstrong, but Jim Montgomery. That's coming up here in a matter of moments. And Doug, what the lead you say is the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Email of the Day standings, because we only have 3 more days left in the month of January. And the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom got a win yesterday, didn't she?
I believe so.
Yes. Yes.
Doug, what's going on right now?
That's correct.
It's like
Talking stuff into it.
Yes.
But the standings haven't been updated.
Now it's updated. Now I'm there.
Doug, it was like CompuScore. Remember that Zipper Zip?
I try to get out of here.
CompuScore says the score is same thing it was 5 minutes ago.
I try to get out of here as quickly as possible after the show to give Tanner and BK and Ferrario, a wide berth. And so sometimes that means I don't add the last.
Like the standings in Pick 6.
That is just pure incompetence. That has nothing.
I don't know if anybody can argue with that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, okay, I think we got to stand down there.
Honesty.
So the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom is leading Buck Swope by 2. She can clinch today and become the first ever lady to win the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Email Month standings. And there is a podium set up for a presser if she is to win.
A lectern.
Will it be covered kind of like the Dan Marshall one? Will it have that type of media?
It'll have that type of feel. That's exactly right. Email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Only you can stop the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Smokey the Bear.
Design Air is online at designairservice.com. Longest running sponsor on TMA, that's Seth Goldcamp. I was texting with Seth Goldcamp and Cletus yesterday. Cletus wrote a novel about his wonderful experience. Yeah, you would not have enjoyed it.
No.
And then he was talking about how cute the guy was who came out to service his.
That's a feature, not a bug.
Yeah, exactly right. So hey, that is in my Design Air endorsement, but again, that's a feature,
not a bug.
He was saying last week the heater in the back was making loud noises. I took out the filters and it got a little quieter, and I told Nancy to go get new filters and put them in. She did, but it was still loud. She took it upon herself to call a neighbor heating and cooling company who came by and said it'd be an $1,800 plus fix. That's when I called you, Seth.
Good.
Your guy, Tom, handsome, by the way.
Oh, we didn't need to know that.
All I can do is read what's in the teleprompter. Your guy, Tom, handsome, by the way. He took it apart and found there was a broken brace on the motor. Instead of replacing the whole motor, he broke off the remaining braces, reinstalled a different type of brace, which he had in his van. $500, and now it's purring like a kitten.
Nice.
Thank you, Seth. How about that?
That's why we love him.
And then Cletus later said, surprisingly, he didn't get a restraining order against me with smiley face, a glass of wine, and a golf swing.
Oh, I am a bad boy, and I'm testing things.
Doug, that's Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling.
Okay, that's
Ask
their ad.
for Tom.
People are now flooding the phone lines. Yeah, the furnace is acting up. Actually, we just kind of want to meet
We
Tom.
wanted to meet Tom. DesignairService.com. The great Seth Goldcamp. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. Now Cletus is a client, maybe interested in more. It's Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling, sponsor of our email today. Doug Armstrong with what he had to say yesterday and what he had to do. Plus Jeff Gordon of the Post-Dispatch. He laid into the Blues this morning. Yeah, you got to read this. STLtoday.com. We'll have that for you coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues are off tonight, but back in action on Friday night as they take on the Colorado Avalanche. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 7 p.m., puck drop at 8 p.m. Tomorrow night you can catch Grizzlies and Rockets right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 8 p.m., tip-off at 8:30 in Houston. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
No, it really isn't. Nothing big happened in the Harding administration, I guess.
I'll do some research.
It's early 1920s.
Take a listen
I
to
don't
this,
know what you would go with that. Babe Ruth era.
Ripped from today's headlines.
There's a certain genius to take that song and marry it with all of the presidents.
Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging how brilliant it is. Doug has been critical of Acoustic Sessions' work.
I don't know. That's a great song.
Just the concept alone. I'm not saying execution, but the concept is really unique.
In the room, they had a plan. They went out on the ice, and they weren't able to execute. Speaking of which, here they're not happy with us in the text inbox, Doug. That's new. Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. Great article in the Post-Dispatch on the disastrous state of the Blues and the horrible contracts that teams carrying. Be nice if this show would bring that same fire instead of handing out juice boxes and orange slices to the guy in charge. That's from Connie Lassiter and Greg Bickle.
Huh. They collaborated on that email.
It's kind of like one of those joint Facebook accounts where clearly somebody had cheated in the relationship and now they need to monitor each other.
It's almost always a landscape profile picture, too. You know, like some sort of Ansel
So
Adams
there isn't
picture.
a picture of one of the people in the joint account?
Yeah, it's like, well, we're not going to have a picture together, so we'll just have a picture of this.
The landscape.
This like field.
Doug, Connie Lassiter and Greg Bickle holding us accountable for handing out juice boxes and orange slices to the guy in charge.
That'd be all the plaudits and hosannas laid at your feet?
Doug Armstrong.
I don't believe I'm in charge of the
Army-
Blues, but I am in talks.
I didn't know they were even talking about the Blues.
I think they're saying we're not
that
holding
article is on the
Army
disastrous
accountable.
state of the Blues.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't know.
And that the media in this town is soft.
Soft.
Media in this town soft.
There you go. Thank you.
What that?
It was not a State of the Union, but one thing that stood out to me is he was talking about he wanted Texier on the ice. They talked about getting rid of Perunovic, putting Brandon Saad on waivers, and somebody asked about bringing up players from Springfield, and he said, how do I say this? And said it doesn't help get the guys on the ice that I want on the ice right now, which tells you there's a little bit of
Money ball.
Well, and also front office. Yeah, front office saying this guy needs to play.
Right.
And that's the modern state of pro sports where the front office, not saying dictates the lineup, but he kind of gave you a peek behind the curtain that he's telling them this guy needs to play. And specifically, he was talking about Texier.
Here is Doug Armstrong yesterday.
All right, hit the lever, please, Pale.
Obviously, the production's not there. I think he scored in 4 games this year. He's got 7 goals, 2 goals in 3 games. So, and we've, for a couple of years, we've really nibbled around the edges, bringing in, obviously, different coaches, bringing in different support players, and but the record is still the same. And I think when I look at Broberg and Holloway and Faska and Suter, I think they've done a nice job coming in, doing what we've asked them to do. But there's been a group that's been here for a while that things don't seem to be changing, and collectively, you have to start chipping further and further up.
Jeff Gordon writes this morning, and you can read it at stltoday.com. The Blues were born in 1967 when an expansion draft brought grizzled veterans with winning pedigrees. These veterans set competitive standards while ruling the NHL's expansion side for the first 3 seasons. Barkley and Bob Plager helped maintain those standards as the franchise persevered through the turbulence that followed. The Blues somehow stayed true to their roots throughout the decades, through Final Four teams under Jacques Demers and Joel Quenneville, the 2019 Stanley Cup run under Craig Berube, and into its current retooling period. And then the Blues fell from the Western Conference playoff race by failing to exploit a favorable schedule this month. Said Doug Armstrong, we had an opportunity to gain ground, and we lost ground. And that's the soul-searching for all of us. Captain Braden Shen responded to another lackluster start by dropping Vancouver's J.T. Miller with a big right hand. Somewhere up there, the Plagers nodded. This franchise has seen many hard times, but it has always fought back. It needs more of that right now. The Blues give a hard hat game award to players who do tough work. The trophy shoulder pads worn by former Blues grinder Kelly Chase, a Plager disciple. Chase never backed down from an on-ice challenge, and he doesn't back down from life challenges. He's taken on cancer and leukemia battles straight on through multiple rounds of grueling treatment. After setting an example for fellow players, he has set an example for fellow cancer patients just as Barkley Plager did while persisting with his fight with brain tumors. These are the sorts of men who came before the 2024-2025 Blues. Shen led a contingent of them to Friday's Blues Hall of Fame induction ceremony where they could feel the connection. Hopefully, they paid attention. Jeff goes on to write about Wayne Babbage, Curtis Joseph, some of the quotes he got from Bernie Federico, and others who were in attendance. And then he finishes it off by saying this. Hockey's evolved since those days. Fighting's infrequent. The NHL sanitized the product to appeal to a broader audience and promote player safety. But this sport punishes the weak. You cannot always win, but you must always show up and be there for teammates. Armstrong made some minor changes this week, putting Saad on waivers and trading Perunovic to the Islanders, but the big changes must come from within the players themselves. The Blues need to dig much deeper, just as so many of those who previously wore the blue note did. That's Jeff Gordon this morning in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, chastising the players, not the general manager, not the head coach, but the players in the room, and ideally taking some form of influence from those who came before them.
Yeah. Well, you've got to have the players with enough talent to win, too. That comes into it. And the signing of Brandon Saad, that's a big swing and a miss. I mean, this guy won 2 cups with the Blackhawks. They were expecting big things from him. He's got a salary cap hit of $4.5 million, and they got very little for that. So that was a big hit. That was a big loss that didn't come through at all. And you can blame the players and say they didn't understand that this was their chance with a extended homestand to make up some ground. But if you just haven't got the talent, you haven't got it. And I kind of think that's where they are right now. They just don't have enough difference-making players to climb the standings and be a playoff competitive team.
Armstrong mentioned the top 6 not being consistent enough or producing enough. I agree that they're a little short on talent, but I think at times the talent they have, they just sort of check out. And there's more and more questions now. You'll hear Montgomery was asked, I think, pre-skate Monday about the room, and he said, I try and stay out of there. And JR is going to be here later. He's there every day. I think there's increasing frustration from Shen. Somebody texted yesterday and said, your captain can't be a third-line center. I don't agree with that. Like, you have to be the superstar on the team. If you've got a great, work ethic and a loud voice, a respected veteran. Like Shen's a respected veteran. He's not a star player. I mean, that's an interesting question. Do you have to be an Ovechkin to wear the C? I don't think you have to be, but there does seem to be a lot of fall off from the messaging in the room. And JR asked Army about this as the 3rd coach in a year plus. And he said the Bannister deal with Army with getting Monty was sort of unique, that we wanted. It wasn't because of the coaches failing. And then he stops at, but it is 3 coaches. Mm-hmm. And it's once again, you just see it in hockey play out so many times where players get coaches fired, especially with the Blues. And Monty's not going anywhere. So now Armstrong's on the hook to kind of figure out what's the right mix, because you're not getting rid of the coach.
Armstrong hinted that more substantial personnel moves could come if the Blues don't get back on track. He has a bunch of guys not doing much this season who are locked in for at least next season. Here's the list. This is not going to be inspiring. Doug, once again, we are in the winter of our discontent in the St. Louis sports calendar. When we look at the Blues season and we look at what is on tap for the Cardinals' upcoming season.
God bless our Battlehawks.
Amen. And the Doggies. Saad counts $4.5 million against the salary cap while in the NHL this season. And next, he's only scored in 3 games this season. It's hard to imagine any team claiming him on waivers or taking even half that contract in a trade. Nick Leddy counts $4 million against the cap this year and next, and he's been injured for nearly the entire season. Given that, he too would be difficult to move. Defenseman Torrey Krug averages $6.5 million for this season and the next 2. And there's no telling if he will be able to play at a high level after recovering from ankle surgery. Justin Falk has 2 more seasons with $6.5 million cap hit, and he clearly is not the same player he was earlier in the contract. Matthew Joseph has been in and out of the lineup, but he has another season with $2.95 million cap hit. Texier has been in and out of the lineup, but he has another season with $2 million hit. Sundqvist has been in and out of the lineup, $1.5 million cap hit. And then there is this one that is starting to get a lot of attention. And it's brand new. It's hot off the press. Doug, you know what we're talking about?
No.
Pavel Buchnevich, who is struggling mightily at age 29. His 6-year, $48 million contract kicks in next year.
6 years. Huh.
But he was named specifically by Armstrong. He said last year Shen was down, Thomas and Buchnevich are up, and he said this year it's the reverse. Those 2 are down, and Shen is up. It's sort of strange how Alexander Steen is kind of the new vision, the new voice, like Chaim Bloom, but neither one I've ever seen or heard from. Isn't that a little strange? The Blues have chosen not to let Steen talk. He'll reference, Alex and I talked about it. The Cardinals will have Chaim Bloom at the dais, and then there's like an escape hatch. So
there's literally a hatch.
Yeah.
Under the floor?
You didn't see it?
I guess I missed it.
Would you say Chaim Bloom left in the escape hatch, Doug? But that's the leadership. I would like to hear a little bit of Steen's thoughts because he also was an edgy player of recent time. Can he speak to that? Maybe they don't want him telling the truth. But what's going on, quote, in the room? Is the group just not, is it just not the right mix? I think that's what you're seeing. In addition to, could you have more talent? Do you need better players? Yes.
I think right now, the hope is that it's not the right mix in the room and that they need to tap into that edge that Jeff Gordon was citing in his column, because if it's not that, and then this is your core for the future and they don't have it, then you've got a bigger problem, adding into the fact that you've got some, what I think would be fair to call dead money on the books.
Yeah, and for a lot of these veterans who still have a few years left on their contract, they're late 20s, in their 30s now, and not producing very much. You can't move those guys. Nobody wants them.
That's what his point was.
Yeah.
These are guys who aren't going to be going anywhere. And then the cherry on top is if 89 doesn't get it going, oh my goodness, you got a situation there. I mean, it's amazing because 2 weeks ago, not even 2 weeks ago, 12 days ago, it was the morning after they had beaten Calgary, back-to-back games. The thing is trending. You got Biz Nasty talking about the Blues being a cup contender at the Winter Classic. And we're not even a month removed from that. And now you're going, oh, God, it doesn't look good this year. And then you stare into next year and beyond, and you go, oh, boy, they could really be stuck here with some problematic contracts.
They are very high on some of the younger players.
Yes.
Some of the guys who aren't up with the franchise yet. So maybe if 1 or 2 of those guys turns out to be a real star, they can save it.
Yeah, Dvorsky, Snuggerud, but at some point when they do arrive, aren't the guys who've been here, they're going to be in decline. That's the part that I don't get. Like, oh, when they get here, Dvorsky and Snuggerud, well, you just wait. Well, by then, Thomas and Kyrou have played 8 years in the league or whatever. All of a sudden, Shen's done, Falk's done, Parayko's close to done. So then who's going to be with them at that point when they are stars? Granted, rosters turn over, but I don't think that's going to be enough. You're still going to have a great team around those young guys if they are, in fact, stars. And the players you have, by the time that group gets here, they're sort of going the other direction.
Right. You just hope they still have something in the tank that they can mesh with the really young guys and maybe get something.
Yeah, because I think the sweet spot is you still have players who have a lot of potential, like a Thomas and a Kyrou, and then here comes Dvorsky and Snuggerud at the same time. But the longer time goes by, those guys are putting some miles on the tires, Doug. They call them the tires.
The tires, you know.
Guys, the Thunderbirds are going to win the AHL championship with all the talent they'll have from the overpriced trash on waivers, or will be shifted down. That's a win in my book. That's from the Veiled Prophet. He likes AHL championship.
I think they were concerned about Saad ruining their mojo at Springfield. I mean, that sort of was referenced yesterday, too, that they've been winning, so where do you put the guy? Of all the bad deals, I mean, Krug is right up there as a bad deal. I think the Nick Leddy re-sign was a bad idea. And now Buchnevich is looking like a bad idea. It's a lot of money, and the Cardinals saw this happen. When you do spend, and everybody wants you to spend, but when you put it in a bad contract, it just kills you.
In a cap sport, too. I mean, I feel like you go back to the Petrangelo Krug moment. Wow. What a sliding door that is.
That kind of started it.
What a sliding door that is.
And now it looks like we could be in our third straight year of not making the playoffs. Still a ways to go, obviously, but they're not on pace to make the playoffs. This would be 3 years in a row. And the last 2 years, they haven't finished higher than fifth, even in the division. Attendance is starting to suffer a little bit. You know, they're in a spot right now.
You're welcome to give your thoughts. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of the program, and they are online at brownandcrouppen.com. Andy Crouppen in studio yesterday. Always great to talk it over with Andy, his father Terry, or Ed Herman on TMA. They have been in business in the St. Louis metropolitan area since 1979. They're local. And if you're in a spot where you're going to need Brown and Crouppen services, don't you want somebody who is local, who knows and is proud of the St. Louis metropolitan area? They're online at brownandcrouppen.com, and their number is 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222. It's Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA. The name of the game and why the program's been on for more than 2 decades is support the sponsors. If you have an opportunity to do so, Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Oh, you catch that, Doug?
No, what's happening here?
What do you mean? This guy posts like a Chiefs song every single day, so safe to say I got plenty.
Okay.
This guy posts a Chiefs song every day?
Blaine Howard.
Doug Blaine,
Blaine Howard. BH.
Yeah, you call him BH. I remember that.
You related to David Blaine?
Mo
Went out with
Howard.
Josie Moran, and David Copperfield went out with Claudia Schiffer. Is that correct?
I don't know who he
I
dated.
feel like we visited this topic yesterday, and we need to talk about it daily. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. My name is Tim McKernan, and if you're watching on YouTube, you can see Doug Vaughn, and he has chosen to wear blue today to match those baby blues. Wow, what a treat for the audience in YouTube.
Little piece of eye candy, Tim. That's how I got my job. That's how I've stayed in the business for more than 40 years.
Martin, you're paying tribute to Burkett.
I feel bad. I was trying to wear the TMA hoodie today that you dispensed yesterday.
Yeah,
but I
our
left
guy
it in my
Mike
car
Flanagan.
overnight, and it was freezing this morning. I
that's
thought,
bad.
I'll just throw this on. Chris May, I apologize. Should be wearing some Billikens gear, although Marquette did get another Big East win last night. I did go to the doctor yesterday. Boys, we think... They
What do we
said
got? Chest x-ray.
They didn't do a chest x-ray.
Leprosy?
They did the stethoscope, and they believe it's a form of bronchitis. So I've got some syrup right here.
Oh, scissor.
Yeah. And so if you have any...
So if your eyes get real low,
Yeah. If there's any coughing fits, I'll just knock down a few of these, and I'll just start yelling at fans.
I'll have to carry you out out of the studio today.
I am I guess so is Chairman, so is Jackson in the TMA. This is brand new stuff. The Anyone But the Chiefs hoodie and T-shirt, that's gaining steam as the Super Bowl approaches. TMASTLshop.com. I've been working on integrating, God, it's awful, it's torture, the TMASTL shop with Instagram, and it is one of the most exhausting things.
Why
and
is
you would think
that?
I have no idea. Jackson giggles like a little schoolgirl
don't mean to.
when he comes into the studio, and I'm like, I can't get this damn thing to work.
Yeah.
And even our guy, Mike Flanagan, who makes all the TMA merch, he's like, the process, and that's what he does. That's his career.
Right.
He goes, it'll drive you nuts, integrating merch with TMSTL shop with social media platforms. They'll drive you up the wall. Beats the hell out of me. But anyway, TMSTLshop.com. You can get this, the new hats, and also the Anyone But the Chiefs hoodie and T-shirt, TMSTLshop.com. They're not happy. Let's see. They're not happy with us in the YouTube chat for the
Wouldn't think so.
Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day.
What? What happened?
I don't know. And they're not happy with us in the Air Comfort Service text line for our Blues and Cardinals opinions. Doug, it's another Sadie Hawkins here, Fisher window and door story, 8 o'clock hour. Which one do you want to go to first? Their unhappiness with us in the YouTube chat for the Design, Air, Heating, Cooling email today, or their unhappiness with us for the Blues and Cardinals and our opinions?
Let's go unhappy with us in the YouTube chat.
All right. The bastard James Hahn texted in, why are... I lost the text, but it was like something like the unbridled fats so unhappy about...
What makes a fat unbridled? Like he's
Jackson?
completely given up?
Yeah,
He's
like
going to just continue to eat,
right,
try to
like-
gain some weight every day?
not afraid of the consequences of both what they eat and what they say.
Proud of the gut?
Sure. Yeah. Embrace the boiler.
All right.
Let's see. Jackson's conscience is saying email of the day is rigged with Chairman Vladimir having his thumb on the scale of the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day.
I just don't get it, man.
Stag then responded, self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom shouldn't have even gotten through the filter. Then one line was what won the whole thing. Terrible. I've lost faith in KG. That's from Stag.
Don't listen.
You know what? If you don't like it, have your own little email contest, and you can
Oh
pick
my
who wins.
God! The chairman!
Let me ask the plowmaster this.
That email yesterday was phenomenal. The bin to chin line was just the cherry on top.
I feel like yesterday was one of our best batches in the past month or so.
Yeah, Buck was good. They were all good yesterday.
Early on, I thought KG would do his own thing, but Pale slowly made him fall in line with bland emails. We need the greats now more than ever. That's from Jackson's conscience.
I don't know.
I like watching Martin's facial reaction.
I'm just trying to take it all in. I'm trying to decipher. Doing my best to decipher.
They can't say some of the things they used to say. They used to be super
So is that
vile.
their
They can't
anger?
do that anymore.
I don't get it. Misty Pops has been emailing and he's got 3 wins. Like what do you want?
He can still win this tournament. There's 3 more design, air, heating, and cooling emails of the day to go this month. Misty Plops could still win this thing. Buck Swope could still win this thing.
I mean, is Misty Plops not an all-time great? Like, what are these? Like, I don't get
Doug, your Mount Rushmore of TMA.
I don't really have a Mount Rushmore for you.
What about Mount Rushmore or Mount Rushmore?
They just you gotta be negative. Positivity sucks, Why be happy?
I'm wondering if, Tim, can we get a shirt over to Rich Gould? I'm interviewing Uncle Rich for Sunday TV.
Oh, are you? That's outstanding.
To talk about his Eagles friendship, his trips to games.
Talk about Orlovsky at all.
And I just wonder if he were wearing anybody but the Chiefs, maybe, or if I wore it on TV. Can you imagine?
Oh, wow.
Or if Doug wore it on Channel 4 Sunday night.
I don't work there anymore.
What?
Been
Since
years.
when?
Well, 4 years ago.
Can you
The
imagine?
unhappiness with the program and our opinions. Doug,
Sniffing holes.
That's right. That's actually what it is.
Yeah.
Guys, if this were the Cardinals, you'd be complaining how stupid they are. That's from Sniffing Holes. Producer Joe's friend, I believe this is producer Joe's friend, Ryan Jenkins. Is that right? And didn't he name his dog after him?
I thought that was Knuckles. Or Klaus?
Clive?
Was there Clive Owen?
I think producer Joe had roommates named Klaus and Knuckles, and I thought he named his dog after his buddy.
Oh, Jenkins.
What's wrong with that?
Doesn't Klaus and Knuckles sound like the dog's name? Hey, Klaus. Hey, Knuckles. Oh, yeah, let's go.
Ryan, I don't think has ever been happy with the program, but he has been listening for a long time. He goes, you guys like to complain that the Cardinals should trade their assets when they aren't contenders instead of keeping them around. Thoughts on the Booch contract? The double standard is why you come across as rights holders.
Well, they're kind of in the same boat, the two teams, because
I love watching Martin take this all in. Because for me and Doug and Jackson, this has been our daily experience.
we
for
think
Doug's
nothing of it. Yeah.
I'm just trying to drill down on the disgust, and then I try and do a little Rolodex in my head. What did we say? When did we hold rights? When did we grab Slurpees, Joe? I'm trying to remember.
Go give us a Slurpee because they were trying hard.
Well, the teams are in the same situation where if you have veteran players making a lot of money and not producing, it's almost impossible to trade and get anything back for them.
Right. Salary dumps.
Yeah, I don't know what the appetite would be at this moment for 89 in his contract.
Yeah.
That's the core.
What did
issue.
hockey, and everything's a copycat. Every league copycats each other. Go for it on 4th down. Now they all do it.
No.
Go for 2 the whole game. Now they all do it. When in hockey, we'll get Gordo on the line. Go from, a 4-year deal is a long-term deal. Now getting 8 years, 6 years. The deals are way longer than they used to be, and you're just stuck forever. Army could probably explain that. I know when they re-upped with both Thomas and Cairo, he said, this is the market. This is how it works. You want to get something done. So the agents probably dictated the terms, and now teams are getting stuck forever. 8-year deals are massive.
In a sport that's really tough on the body, too. Guys are different players at 23 than they are at 30, some of them.
Jackson, new 101 ESPN texters wanting their names saved. You did a wonderful job on that yesterday. Hey, pal, please add my name as Cloyd Bigsby.
Sure, Cloyd.
The total. I'm just going to read them in order now. The total package writes, City sucks. So the doggies take a shot.
Shrapnel.
Out of nowhere.
Well, didn't they finish like last place, next to last?
But they haven't begun the campaign yet.
No, but we're
I
still
want to
bitter
see
from
what
last
Olaf can do.
It's a take. Holding rights.
Olaf Melberg is the new coach, Doug.
Chairman Stephen Wildwood says, I see Jenkins every now and again. He lives in $1 million hood.
Oh, really?
In Afton.
Well, that would get the plowboy going. Anytime we talked about housing prices in Afton, he would get all banty.
Really nice neighborhood right behind Tower T now.
Yeah, he was
So you can ball strike and then go home. Just walk there.
I was hitting a Tower T once, and they said, wait, you have to, they actually said this, you have to put that driver away because of those houses behind the fence.
Oh, look at you, Bryson.
I said, you really think I am about to hit a driver 410 yards to you over a net that's 60 feet high?
You're a high traj guy.
That's what they said.
High fade.
Sorry, sir, you can't hit your driver. I appreciate your confidence in me.
I think, didn't Buck Swope lead the charge to save Tower T?
Yes, he did. Good for you for giving credit where credit's due.
And very awkward because it was Frank's sponsor that was doing the development, and he did a big takedown on it. And they were like, here's the deal, buddy. We have to send a gift cards out to those folks over there.
That moment was canonized in the Swopes Picks episode where he talked about it like an hour and a half
Do you feel
long
like
episode.
canonized was the right term?
Maybe
there?
a little lofty.
I mean, it was the right term. You can say it.
Is that right? Really?
Sure.
Was it really the right term?
Here's the definition for you.
Doug, here is the definition
okay, I'd
of
like to hear it.
We
canonized.
just happen to have it handy here on the Greenie Show. What is that definition?
Place in or regard as belonging to a canon of literary or artistic works. Yeah, I'll take it.
Sure.
I think that's correct. I think
take it.
Jackson gets a big win there.
Yeah, feeling pretty good about it.
I'm
W.
depressed. The Blues are bad. The Cardinals are bad. There's no signs of hope for the near future. What happened to us? We are no longer in the sports capital of the world. Baseball heaven, more like baseball hell.
Oh.
That's from new texter. Maybe he's been texting for a long time, but now he has a name. He used to caddy for Justin Thomas. He used to caddy for Phil Mickelson. Doug, this is Bones.
Bones, okay. We're not baseball hell.
I kind of felt like an
Team's
AI
going through a rough
text.
spot.
You think that's an AI
It
text?
kind of felt like it. Baseball heaven, not baseball hell.
Speaking of AI, did you see where NVIDIA lost $600 billion in market value in one day?
I did. Yeah, because of deep
$600
Yeah, it was
billion.
on Monday.
Yeah.
Look at this is our Wall Street Journal moment, Martin.
It was a record for a luck
The Wall Street minute.
losing. You know,
Well, we got to get Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies on to
I
give
guess.
us his.
Hope we got out of NVIDIA.
What are you most excited about for 2025?
Boy, that's I got to tell you.
Maybe Mizzou football again? Maybe Mizzou basketball in March, Jackie? Maybe?
I'm perpetually excited.
If you're giving me short term, so if we're talking about the next 60 days and we're limiting it to local, I think it would certainly be all three teams for that matter. I'm anxious to see what the Billikens can do in the A-10 tournament, and then Missouri. I feel like Missouri's season is in basketball is similar to what Illinois fans felt in football. Didn't expect it. Now you're going, oh, you know what I mean? It's kind of a house money thing.
Yeah.
And Illinois, I feel like, has a championship ceiling, but at the same time, if Missouri goes down to Gainesville and wins, I mean, they can hang with anybody, you know?
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Illinois.
What you have here, and I think it'll probably gain some more traction, is not only what you got going on in the ACC, but is there, in your opinion, Jackson, a super team, or is there
In college basketball?
Yeah,
Auburn.
I was about to say. And so I kind of get the sense that you kind of got a spot there with Auburn, and to see if anybody can take Bruce Pearl's
Yeah.
War Dam.
Once
down.
Janiah Broome, their stud, went out for a couple games, and they looked like almost even better, I was like, okay, this is crazy. You know, I think they only have one loss on the season. But outside of that, I would say 2 through 25. Yeah, it's kind of whoever wants it can take it because everyone has a bad loss, or most teams have a bad loss.
Maybe the
loss.
trip to spring training is the highlight of 2025?
I think it might be.
Well, hey, that's some
Missouri football, as far as what I think realistically has a shot at doing something. But I mean, a lot of that's based on a quarterback. I saw have a few snaps in Madison, Wisconsin. You know, I don't know. Bo Prabula, I don't know what he's going to do. He filled in for Drew Aller when he got hurt against the Badgers.
Well,
But
what
other than
chances do you give of the Cardinals making the playoffs? What percentage
that, the
chances?
playoffs?
Yeah.
I would go with 25%.
Oh, that's higher than I would have guessed.
Yeah, because if they do,
Because
that would make
the
it-
playoffs are. What chance would I give the Cardinals of winning 92 games? Like 2%?
Right.
But that's baseball.
But if they're in the
NCAA
playoff,
tournament.
if they're in the playoffs, that means at least every game they play of the year was interesting and exciting, and give us more than what we thought we were going to get.
Sure.
Well, by definition, they I mean, I just the playoffs barometer for baseball has changed so materially that you have to be absolute dog crap to be out of it on September 1st. Hence the trade deadline now being what it is, because 6 teams get in. So it's, from my standpoint, ruined the value of playing 162 games and being the best team for that marathon.
Well, I like their chances now that the Dodgers signed another quality reliever yesterday for 1 year, $13 million.
Saw that.
Kirby Yates.
Kirby Yates is now.
So they're really thin now in pitching, the Dodgers. They signed almost every free agent on the market. Almost
Alex
all of them.
Bregman's still out there for the record, which
I wish they would
have.
I wish the Dodgers would just give Bregman $200 million. Just do it.
Even the Yankees are complaining that they're spending too much money. Can you believe that?
What a great moment.
Hal Steinbrenner says we can't keep up
With the Dodgers?
Yankees.
The Dodgers are plus 260 to win the World Series. Who's next? Who do you think is next? Who's next?
Yankees.
That's correct.
Okay.
Plus 875, though.
All
that is
right.
a
Ooh.
substantial gap.
Damn.
Third.
And then the Braves would be third, plus 950.
Getting Mets, Phillies yet?
Mets and Phillies, exactly right.
Cardinals
plus 1100.
6 or
Where can I get both?
Plus Cardinals plus 10,000,
Oh.
Doug. They are in between the Giants and the A's.
Oh,
That's a good place to be. We're in the Bay Area.
Giants sounds okay. I don't know what they have left, but
If you like the
traditionally
Dodgers
they're pretty
win,
good.
If you like the Dodgers to win the National League West, you'll have to bet $450 to win 100.
Jesus. To win the division, they're minus 450.
Minus
I
450.
think the
Oh,
whole
my
country's
God.
going to be rooting against them. Not that that's going to matter, but
Yeah.
I think they're definitely going to become the bad guys.
Yeah, no doubt. When you spend that much, same with the Mets. When
And
you
for being
spend that
a
much,
huge market team for a long time, I don't feel like the Dodgers have ever been a hated franchise, right? You might have a rivalry with the Giants out there, but across the U.S., it's kind of in vogue to hate the Yankees or hate the New York teams. I don't feel like Dodgers have taken on a lot of hate.
Adrian Gonzalez and Yasiel Puig, when they were on the team,
Yeah, a little
they like to
cocky.
mix it up. Yeah, Puig certainly liked to mix
Everybody
it up.
loved Vin Scully. That maybe had something to do with it because he was kind
Tommy
of
Lasorda,
Mary Hart.
Mary Hart,
Like Mary Hart.
Larry King.
Sure.
front row
Reasons
for-
we love the Dodgers. We'll take your calls.
Over under on Dodgers wins. What do you think that number is?
102 and a half.
That's pretty high for over under. 96.
You said 96?
Yeah.
Jackson?
I'll go 100 flat, 100 and a half.
Doug wins, and you get both showcase showdowns because you were within one. Yeah, 103 and a half.
Oh my God! For
103 and a half.
Boy, I wonder what the highest preseason win total was set at. I'm gonna do some research, fellas.
On paper, I think they've assembled the best team that I can remember.
Yes. I actually, and I know it's super square. It's like I was on Barkley's prop this past weekend, and that came up short by whatever it was, 6 yards, and the Kelsey one just got blown out of the water. But I would take the over on that, and I realize it's square as hell. Square meaning something like, a crappy gambler would play. But I mean, look at the rotation, much less the offense. It's just, it's nonstop.
Blake Snell, Yamamoto, Glasnow, Ohtani. Is he pitching this year?
Yeah, their first three hitters.
Gonsolin, Dustin May. He's just sitting around.
You're concerned about the first three hitters.
The first three hitters are probably all Hall of Famers. Ohtani, Betts, Freeman, probably Hall of Famers.
So are the Cardinals.
Cardinals, Arenado's probably going to be a Hall of Famer.
For the Tigers?
I would think.
For the Tigers.
Yeah.
Will he go in as a Tiger?
Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to give your thoughts. Call in. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And Jeremy Rutherford's going to be with us coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Looking for. Is he coming in studio?
I think so.
Okay.
Hope so.
Question mark?
Yeah.
He usually does on Wednesdays because he records that Last Minute Blues podcast.
That's right.
So I'm hoping so.
Jackson and I recorded my podcast yesterday. I don't think I went full Rogan, Martin. Only did an hour and 50 minutes.
Oh, I would have taken the over on that.
Yeah, hour and 50. The title of the episode is The 700 Club Prayer Breakfast.
Yes.
So you can listen to that, the Tim McKernan Show podcast, QFTA.
What was the best question from the A?
Boy, I got to tell you, I had been just reading comments in the YouTube chat and interacting with those the past few episodes. I'm like, I'm going to read the emails today, and we had some really good ones. What stood out to you, Jackson?
Someone asked me my thoughts on Texier's emergence.
What do you have to say about that?
I'm a big fan.
Goalie, forward.
He said he was a big fan.
Someone presented a good theory on why people don't ask Tim questions directly about the show or otherwise.
Yeah, that's a phenomenon. Jesse Kioski was telling me when we had our TMA Christmas party at Hot Shots, she was getting a bunch of questions about the show. And I'm like, nobody asked me anything. And then when my contract was coming up at KFNS a few years ago, Jay Randolph Jr. was like, hey, I got a bunch of questions. He goes, the listeners are sending me. I go, why don't they send me questions? I don't know. So somebody came in with a good theory. Yeah, that was a good email. You're right, Jackson.
So what was the answer to it?
The gentleman's theory was they already have their minds made up, and they feel like I would be dishonest with them.
Yeah. I feel like confirmation bias, which I think that kind of leans into, is something that is riddled all over discourse, not just in sports, but everywhere.
But then I made this observation on the podcast. I'll say it here, too. I mean, all of us have access to John Mazalak. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Martin, you communicate with him regularly. You interview him regularly. And I say it often. I think he's a good guy. I actually think and I know to say that in St. Louis right now is like, what? You can disagree with the way somebody's doing their job and then still think that they're a good guy. I think he's a good guy. Really think he's a good guy. And I think in a way, he may have been his own enemy by keeping things in-house that if he would have been more outward or leaked, which is really kind of the strategy that I think most people in those kinds of positions utilize, that he could have helped his image while being president of baseball operations. I'm not like talking about moves so much as explanations for things, but he keeps these things in-house. And then I sit there and I go, man, when's the last time I texted with him? And it was years, And I'm like, yeah. So I'm sitting here and I pontificate on things, and I could ask him a question. So, Doug, what I concluded was the following: I'm a complete and total fraud.
Yeah, is that right?
That's what I've decided.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, what does your dad think about that?
He disagrees and is trying to have me terminated for being critical of me.
Is he really?
You're too hard on yourself, Timmy.
It's Jimmy Stewart again. Ladies and gentlemen, email in for the designer heating and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring's been family and locally owned for over 30 years. He takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion's flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. Check out igotfloored.com to see what Michael's offers. They have it all. Carpet is awesome, and it is back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis: Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Check it out at igotfloored.com. There's a reason Michael has continued to grow his business through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of. And this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know that they have the best interests of the buyers. Just come in or talk to them and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. It's Michael's Flooring with 3 locations: Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Check them out online at igotfloored.com. Doug, is this Otis by...
I don't know who it is. I don't know.
Yay? Is that what we got here?
Mm-hmm. I like this instrumental.
And this is from 2011's Watch the Throne?
Can I say something passionate here?
Well, I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to the star of the class of 2016 at Ladue Horton Watkins High School. His name is Jackson Burkett.
Okay.
I think Watch the Throne is both Kanye and Jay-Z's best album.
Doug?
Okay. You expect me now to compare and contrast all of their albums?
No, I didn't expect you to do
Why don't
anything.
we start with the Thriller album?
Absorb the information and do with it what you will.
Okay.
How does it compare to Rubber Soul?
Rubber Soul. Who's that by?
The Beatles. Consider one of the great albums.
Rubber Soul?
Yeah, I just wanted to counter your...
I've never heard. I've heard.
It's
I've
fine.
listened to a
You
lot
don't
of
have to really answer it either.
All right.
It was rhetorical.
Okay.
Now Jackson's looking it up, and we've lost him.
Yeah, I'm useless to you. Oh, okay. I recognize the album cover, but I didn't know it was the name of the album.
Yeah. Greatest album of all time.
Is that right? You think so?
No, no, I'm asking.
Oh, I'd
What
go
is
Thriller. I'm Thriller all day. But at the same time,
Greatest
perhaps that's a product of when I was born. And like if somebody was born like around Jackson's age, I highly doubt they would cite the Thriller album.
Yeah, it's tough because if you listen to it in the past, like if you're listening to it years later, it just doesn't. I don't know if it has the same.
Right, because it came out. I'm 5 years old. It's on vinyl, and you're just hearing.
It means a lot.
When the songs are consecutive. Now it's a different program.
Marvin Gaye's "What's Going On" is ranked #1 by Rolling Stone.
What's number 2?
But that's just their opinion on what was the best, or
I think they did a Gallup poll.
They couldn't have.
Pet Sounds by the Beach Boys is #2.
I was just going to say, whenever there's an album discussion, they always say Pet Sounds.
Fleetwood Mac had one that should be up there, right? Yeah.
Probably is up here. Joni Mitchell's Blue is #3. Songs in the Key of Life by Stevie Wonder is 4. And then Abbey Road by the Beatles is 5.
But again, is this opinion or is this based on what they sold?
Who's the guy who does...
David Frick?
No, he did the... who will be playing in the World Series in like 2032. He did this list.
Connolly.
Yeah. Fleetwood Mac's Rumors is #7. This is Rolling Stone's list.
Steadfast Eyes on there.
It's 472.
Okay, then the poll's meaningless.
Is the Chiefs got Blaine on there?
Ladies and gentlemen, you can get involved on the program. The text inbox, 314-399-9646. And you can call in, 314-974-0101. Airlines, team sponsor of the studio cameras for the YouTube chat, TMA STL YouTube channel. 253 friends gathered, Doug, to talk it over and celebrate today's presentation. The first 25, 30 minutes of the program on the Billiken game last night, but because of the brawl in the Billiken game, and we had an account from a gentleman by the name of Smooth who called in. If you missed that, you can go back and podcast it. He was a couple seats away from it, and he hosts a podcast that I've been on, the Platform Sports Talk Show, and he gave his account of what he saw, and his account of what he saw was that Philip Russell, who used to play for the Billikens, a Vaughn high school grad, class of 20, I think, Martin. I could be wrong on that.
Sounds about right.
His mom, they were just kind of going back and forth jokingly with some Billiken fans. And then toward the end of the game, the joking got a little more serious. And then it led to the scuffle. That is his account of what transpired.
But you are going Friday night, and you don't need to bring your brass knucks.
Well, again, I am surrounded by security, so much so because of what doctors call a height issue.
Oh.
You don't even know if I'm there.
So people might step on you because they won't see you?
Doctors call it a height issue? It's a medical term?
Doctors call it a height issue. I'm going and getting this surgery in China. I think it's scheduled for March, where they're going to break my legs and then put in a couple of steel beams that's going to get me up to 5'7".
It would really
and then
be
at that
funny.
point, I will be at Brio and Bricktops nightly. So just heads up. And maybe Napoli on a rare form.
I'd like to see you go to China and come back and be about 6'7".
Oh, trust me, the ladies in the area would do.
See, I'm telling you, I've seen the video. I think I've talked about this. I've seen the video of a guy who actually did this. And one, you walk like you've never walked before. You know, like you're learning to walk.
You're on
like
stilts.
Yeah, it's like real. Like it's a a noticeable gait. And then
I like
also
that, noticeable gait.
it's a noticeable gait, and they can't fix your arm length. So you might have these super long legs now that you just gained 7 or 8 inches.
Why couldn't they do the arms the same as the legs?
I don't know. Probably.
So I'd look like a little T-Rex.
Yeah. So like your arms are like not even getting to your belt.
Oh.
And but you have
Well, I
these
didn't
long
think about
legs.
that. I might have to cancel the flight.
But wait, your torso wouldn't change, right? So your arms would stay the same proximity to your torso.
Nice.
Sure. But I'm saying that like if you're adding it from knee to ankle, now your arms aren't coming down as long, and it looks really. I'm just telling you, it looks weird.
Well, I'm sure it looks weird, but I'm just trying to visualize your arms are still at your waist.
I wonder if,
right?
well off into the future, they'll just be able to shoot you some stem cell therapy of somebody who was really tall and make you taller that way.
Yeah, I don't know. But if everyone's tall, then the bar gets raised.
Oh, well, that's true.
And then
Right,
think
like
about
if this were 100 years ago, I'd be George Clooney, But then, Doug, that was the Zoftig era?
Oh, you don't want to be too tall. What's the sweet spot? Sweet spot
6'4". I think 6'4".
That's pretty tall.
But if not just one heights, but you'd want to be within what range?
6'2",
5'10", and 6'4".
Oh, did you see Jackson roll his eyes at 5'10"? Did you catch that? I
Oh,
caught it.
I'm saying-
I bet the YouTube cameras did as well.
I'm
Wait,
saying-
DJ Patty Cakes talks about that.
You're saying want, like you want. If you want the number to start with a 6.
5'10" is about average, right?
Right.
So if you're average, I don't think anybody's complaining that they're average height.
Let me tell you what's going on right now. Now, I've been with the same lass since 2008, and so therefore I didn't experience the dating apps. How? And I know, Martin, you didn't, and Doug, you didn't. But this is the deal. Chairman Kurt's living it, and Jackson, you were living it. There are filters, and the lasses can set 6 feet as they need to be 6 feet or taller.
Oh,
and so that kind of becomes the running joke that guys say they're 6 feet tall when in reality they're like 5'10".
Right. Or like, they'll take a picture of like a high bridge in the river, and they'll put a caption over the river saying 5'11", and then the bridge is 6 foot, That's the difference.
I didn't follow that, but I liked it.
It was a bad analogy. It's better if I could get a visual, but this is an audio
Can we
medium.
get you a chalkboard back there that you
My
can...
grease
that'd be
board?
good.
Yeah, here, give me a second.
Because some of your theories and stories need a little further explanation.
I'm personally a visual learner, so...
I'm 6'3" and 200 pounds, and I'm perfect for Jackson's taste. Doug got some Eric in the Central West End.
It's true.
Oh,
I don't think you want to be too tall.
Yeah, I mean,
unless you're a basketball player, it would be to your disadvantage, I think.
Right.
So much of life could be a hassle.
Clothing, cars, everything, walking into buildings.
Beds and everything.
Stepping on Tim.
that's what's going to happen at the dating game on
People are
Friday
going to
night.
step on you.
I mean, it's going to be so awkward for my children to watch me get stepped on.
And then your wife should go yell at those people, and then they touch and say, oh, now that you've touched me,
Now it's on.
we got to go.
Now it's on.
Then the brawl.
Doug Jarrett is on the line, and he wants to talk it over here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Jared, good morning. You're on with Jackson Burkett.
Oh, good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
Oh, we're just fine. You?
Good. First-time caller, long-time listener. I think you guys probably have arguably the best show out there because you guys are actually funny and give a darn.
Huh. God bless, Doug. How about that?
Thank you.
Arguably.
Really, the funny aspect is the best because the jokes are out of control.
Well, that's
jokes.
Doug. Doug works blue.
Okay.
Yeah. Dark
No,
blue.
you guys are great with the comedy. It's too good.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah, it wasn't a big take. I just always get a little funny about the talent aspect of sports. Like Randy Kurker is like, the Cardinals just don't have enough talent. That's why they can't win. Or the Blues don't have enough talent. That's why they can't win. I'm not arguing you don't need talent to win, but I'm like, what about those gritty seasons like 2019 when the Blues, they had some talented players, but was Boston arguably a more talented team on a roster? Sure. I'm like, they just had an identity and like a sense of purpose and a grit. And I really think like that, to me, I know the league has changed, has pushed the St. Louis teams past a lot of people versus like, oh, we just got the most talented guys, so we need all this talent. And I'm like, yeah, but we did it without that.
Don't get exasperated there at the end.
Remember 2011, the Cardinals go up against the Phillies, and everybody said, oh, they got no chance. The Phillies are just loaded. And Berkman even said, oh, should we even go out there and try? Like, everybody said the Phillies are so loaded and talented. I think your 2019 Blues take is interesting because if you go through that roster, who's a Hall of Famer? Petro, probably. Anybody else?
And I would argue, Billy, he's probably the only one. And then maybe if we go down the road, Bennington, if we're going to get serious, but he was nobody at that time.
Right, but I'm saying you probably only had one true Hall of Fame type player on that ride. And you're right, the pieces worked. Maroon played a role, Perron played a role, Gunnarsson played a role, and these are not superstars.
So I'd be curious if there were to be, I know this isn't going to happen, maybe at some point there'll be some, like a Bally Sports or something like that would do it. If you could do a 30 for 30 on the 2019 Blues, and I don't think it would necessarily appeal to a national audience, so I wouldn't expect ESPN to do it, but what happened in January of 2019 for the Blues? And it's not just limited to, Jordan Binnington. It's not just limited to what became the thing that appealed to the casual fan, which was they're hanging out in Philadelphia and they hear Gloria and, but something happened. And I had Maroon on the podcast and we wound up developing a rapport and did some shows together. And he goes, man, I'm just telling you, there's something about it. And some people would have a problem with this, but whatever. That's not my audience anyway. He goes, when guys start hanging out together, it brings them together, and then you start pulling in the same direction. And for whatever reason, we really weren't hanging out in November and December, and we go on this road trip, and we start going out, and we're hanging out, probably the site of the famous Gloria thing, and we just all started pulling in the same direction. He goes, it's amazing how going out and having some drinks brings a group of people together. Now, I'm not saying, then that's the key. Guys need to go out and drink. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that brought them together, and I do get the sense, and it's not from watching the games so much as the comments that you hear, in particular from Shen, that this team doesn't have that. Now, you also have to, as you made reference to, Jared, you also have to have the pieces in order for it to work. You can't just go, okay, we're going to go party and now we're going to win. But there has to be a group pulling in the same direction, and I just don't know if that's there. On the other side of it, however, we would see the Yankees in the 70s are in the dugout beating the hell out of each other, but then they would win,
Yeah, more of an individual sport, baseball.
I remember Edmonds telling me in 2006, right before the playoffs started, I go, hey, because I was going on Stephen A. Smith's show, and I go, I'd like to have something to say. And he goes, okay, you can tell him this. I think the season's going to be over here in about 5 days. Nobody likes each other. This group hangs out with this group. This group hangs out with this group. And we miss out. He mentioned a couple guys. And then a month later, there's a picture of him holding up the World Series trophy after being out all night. I was a part of that, along with a couple other guys, where they did come together and they did bond, and it just, you get going. Like the 2004 Red Sox, that team was a mess, and then they get going, and then you show up, and you're like, there's no way anybody's going to beat us. And I think in 2019, the Blues played great teams to get there. Those were some great teams, including the first-round opponent, the Jets. But they believed that they were going to win, and it didn't matter what circumstance they were going to be in, they were going to overcome it. And I think there's so much value to that psychology. This team, I think, lacks that.
And the coach will say, we don't have that energy. I think Monty is stopping short of calling out their collective chemistry, but I think they're all frustrated with that group.
The best team the Blues ever had was probably the one that won the President's Trophy, and they did have 3 Hall of Famers on that team. So it does require some talent if you're going to really make it.
244, 77?
And I agree. Mm-hmm. And you can argue, you could say the 2011 Cardinals and, the 2006 Cardinals, you could look at Pujols and some Hall of Famers and all that. But, if nobody ever looked at them as oh, my God, this team is just so immensely talented, they're just going to get it done. No, because their record didn't prove that. They had something else about being an underdog or being forgotten about or being this Midwest, slump market that no one cares about. I don't know. It's just their identity, I don't know. And I'm a St. Louis homer, obviously, but I feel like that's always been the narrative here versus we got the flash and the dance and all the money because we don't. And it's and I know you need the talent, but I don't know what it is, but I just feel like the grit in the St. Louis sports right now, the hunger is just a little, it's just not there.
Jared, would you like a special handle? Some people have funny, wacky names they attach to themselves. Do you have any in mind?
Just, I don't know, just for fun, and it's not really my style, but it kind of goes with the first letter of my last name. Just call me Jay Killa.
Jay
gosh,
Doug.
that's
My
get
God.
on. Oh,
My goodness, Jay Killa. Martin, you were notifying, putting that in the notes.
Jay Killa.
Notarizing.
He's got some sandpaper in his game, this
You like
fellow.
that? Reddick Foxa. Jay Killa, thank you so much for the call.
All right, I appreciate you guys. You guys are a pleasure to listen to, and you're very refreshing. Keep up the good work, fellas.
Thank you, Jay
Well,
Killa.
all right, thank you, fella.
Somebody said gong this fella.
Jay Killa. Jay Killa.
You guys want to see my doodle?
6 foot.
Look
6
at that.
foot.
Now, are you going to put this on the YouTube cameras?
I think I'm a touch washed. I think I'm a touch washed out.
So what you are showing,
Thanks, Tim.
so you did a little stick figure, but you're showing a great disparity between somebody 6 foot and somebody 5'11" to make
what
your
a treat for the YouTube viewers.
So you're making the point that there's just a huge difference between 6 foot.
In the eyes of the 20-something, I guess, dating community, and maybe if you're, in your late teens and you're on the dating apps, and a guy says he's 6 feet tall, I believe they approach it with skepticism. Is that accurate, Jackson? That's what your visual is trying to...
Yeah, they always say the most lied about height is 6 foot or 5'10". Guys who are 5'8", maybe 5'9", say they're 5'10" because you get that double digit in the second one, and then guys who are 5'11", say 6 feet. This, that, and the
If
other
you're
thing.
5'11", you could say 6 feet, and who's going to know?
Do the gals tape measure?
No, but I don't know. Yes, you could say it, but so you might get called out. They're
really
correct.
Really going to measure you when you show up?
Sure. Well, you better be prepared. Get some lifts.
I had one that wouldn't even show up when I revealed my height. We had a great vibe going. I accidentally told her how tall I was.
You see, you accidentally told her.
Well, I knew better.
Accidentally.
How tall a gentleman are you?
I mean, if we're being honest, 5'8".
What if we're not being honest?
I told her 5'9".
Oh, come on.
And then what did she say, Chairman?
No offense, but I don't talk to guys that are my height or shorter.
But here's the thing. I appreciate that.
I would have rather her done it the way she did it than meet up and string it along. So
that's it. People are attracted to what they're attracted to. What, are you going to be mad about it?
Are you attracted to women that are considerably taller than you?
I've never. Well, I don't care.
You really wouldn't care if a girl was 6'1", 6'2", or so?
I don't think so. I'm pretty secure in what I got going on.
Oh.
Good for you, Chairman.
He's chairman. That's why he's a chairman.
I think he said he's Seckman's greatest alumnus.
No, I figured it out.
He updated it, by the way. He was the great. I think you were out one day and he told us he was the greatest alumni of Seckman.
I remember this conversation, actually.
He has since upgraded it to he's number 2. He's updated, I should say. Who's number 1, Chairman?
Yeah, who beat you?
Guy's name is Adam Sella. He was on one of those reality UFC shows, and he had a famous clip where he just got he got knocked out cold. It was a famous knockout on one of those reality shows.
Guys, Chairman Kurt is a short king. That's from the 6'1".
Short king.
Thank you.
Well, 5'8" hasn't been a problem in your life for you, has it? Except for this one dating experience?
No, I mean I'm fine down here.
But you know that if you were 6'1" or 6'2", you would have a wider net, right?
No doubt.
But that's the game.
Yep.
What are you going to do, Doug?
I don't know.
Go to China.
That's what I'm going to do.
Stretch him out.
But now I'm worried my arms. I'm going to look like a little T-Rex.
Yeah.
Your arms
There's a
are
little
gonna be fine.
concerned Timmy's going to get a tariff. There's a Timmy tariff now if you go to China. Can't go to China anymore.
Your thoughts on the Timmy tariff? 314-974-0101. You also can participate in the conversation in the YouTube chat where people are telling each other how tall they are in the YouTube chat. I see.
Nice. Get to know each other.
MD 2020 is 6'2". And he says, nothing would be hotter than a gal who could throw me around a little bit.
Oh.
Doug, we don't want to kink shame.
Gosh.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't
Throw
do
him around. Okay.
Like box him out. Get the board.
Do you think AI is going to eventually come up with something to get you growing again until you can reach a height that you like and then
I don't think
turn
it.
it
They
off?
could do it in the next couple hours.
I don't think it'd be AI. More
I think you're going to be able to cook it up the way you want it before you get going. Like as a parent, I think you'll be able to kind of a la carte pick maybe some features that you'd like to ensure.
Oh, like what? You're building a Honda.
Like a Mungan-ass car.
Oh, nice.
Oh, there you go.
That was a nice weave, Doug. They call that a weave
Right,
in the
it'd be a
business.
perfect height.
I think it's a wide open Wednesday. The chairman's been talking to a lot of people back there. I love when he says, "What do you got?"
That's the filtering process.
What do you got?
But your filtering process for the design, air, heating, and cooling email today, you got laid into in that YouTube chat, bro.
I don't care about them. That's not true. I love some of those people, but I don't care about their opinion on my filtering process.
There you go. Be steadfast.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to email in and see if you can get through Chairman Kurt's filter, which is steadfast. Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom could be making history in 2 hours. There will be a live post-game. If she is to win, she will address the media, and there is a special ceremony if we do have our first ever female winner of the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Email of the Month. Doug, we could be on the precipice of history here on 101 ESPN. This is fun,
Could
too.
well be, yeah.
This is fun. I wore my all black in celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here for Stewart's American Mortgage. We always talk about the importance of getting to know our advertisers so we can vouch for them to our audience members. And one of the things our advertisers do so well is make themselves accessible to the TMA audience. And Stewie does that by giving out his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440. Or you can Google the Bagel Loan, and he joins me right now. Stewie, I'm anxious to hear what you have to say about the Federal Reserve. What do we got going on here?
Well, Tim, before we talk about that, I'm 5'9". Where does that put me?
Jackson, would that be problematic on the dating apps?
I think you say 5'10", and like Doug said, they're not going to bring a tape measure.
There you go, Stewie. There's your counsel.
Yeah, thank God I'm married 36 years.
Yeah, we're both off the market. It's good.
Well, Tim, the Federal Reserve is meeting today, tomorrow, and they're probably not going to do anything with the interest rates. They're not going to cut them. They're not going to raise them. They're going to want to wait and see if that inflation gauge continues to drop. That's good news and bad news. Now, what you have to listen to or listen from them is what they say, not what they do. If they say that inflation is dropping at a great pace, and if this continues, they'll cut rates, you'll see rates drop. If they say, hey, we want to wait and see, we're not comfortable, it's been a little bit of a seesaw, you may actually see rates go up. What does that mean for you? Don't play the market. Lock in the rate, get the best that you can. If rates go down later on, we can refinance for free with the Bagel Loan team. You got nothing to lose. If you risk it, which people have in the past, all of a sudden you won't qualify for the loan or the payments are too high, and you'll regret it for a very, very long time. Be smart. Lock in your rate. Get it now. Later on, the Federal Reserve continues to drop those rates. We can always refinance it for free.
There it is. Call Stewie, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loans. Thank you, Stewie.
Have a good day, guys.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Tomorrow night, you'll be treated to some NBA action right here on 101 ESPN as the Grizzlies take on the red-hot Rockets. Can they take the West? Find out tomorrow night as they pregame at 8 p.m., tip-off at 8:30 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Wonder if they're playing these in Philadelphia. How would these play on WIP?
Poorly.
Mm-hmm. What's the WIP version? Hey, run the ball, you dumbass! Hey, that doesn't even rhyme.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour, even though it's 9:02. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you, fielding phone calls, Collier and Thompson. Phone lines. Jeremy Rutherford is going to be in.
He's going to be on the program. I know that.
Okay. There you go. And email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, you always have the onboarding in the 10 o'clock hour where Jackson shines bright like a diamond with his questions that he's prepared. This was kind of how we did Balloon Party for the 3-year run of Balloon Party that then led to TMA being on 101. Jackson, what question? I see you have a smorgasbord here. Let's get one of these here. Let's let Martin participate. Let's let Martin participate.
Show. We've established guys like Tiger, Kobe, Tom Brady, Jordan, and more have that killer instinct where competition is like the strongest form of a drug and they constantly chase it. Do you think people are born with something like that, or that unquenchable thirst for competition and greatness can be conditioned?
Wow. I've got an answer, but it's neither of the one that the two options that you presented.
I'm accepting.
You are accepting that, Doug.
None of the above is acceptable.
Okay. But I do have an answer to it. I think that it is subconsciously built through some kind of experiences when you are really young. That's what I think. I think in the cases I can't speak. You might be able to speak to Kobe Bryant,
Bean,
Doug Bean.
But what did that mean?
It's his middle name.
Bean?
Yeah, after his
Dad was
father.
Jelly
Bean.
Right.
Oh, okay.
But in the cases of Tiger Woods, he was watching his dad hit balls nonstop when he was a baby, and then 1 and 2, and then the next thing you know, he's out there, and then he's playing with kids, you know, who were way older than him when he was like 5 or 6, and then his mom. The other side of it, the golf side, was his father. The mom, a Buddhist who, you know, was big on the mental side of it, and then also kind of trained his killer instinct. But I think that was like the perfect storm there. Jordan, famously, perhaps one of the most famous stories, getting cut. I feel like from high school basketball, and I feel like Brady had something I watched. I don't know if it was at the Patriots thing that they did on Apple TV. You guys might be familiar with it. I mean, when you look at Tom Brady now versus Tom Brady when he was in high school, you go, oh my God. The fact that he got to Michigan is surprising to me. You know, I mean, famously, you have the draft picture where he just looks like a guy.
Yeah, tough angle for...
But he still had to get to Michigan.
Yeah.
And I think he was on that 97 national championship team. I know he didn't play on it, but that was Brian Greasy and Charles Woodson. But either way, I think it's I don't think you can train it. And I guess if anything, I would say you're born with it. But I think it's neither. I think some things happen environmentally or to you in experience that then causes you to feel like you constantly have something to prove to whomever, and therefore, much like Craig Rutledge, that quest is insatiable.
Oh, that's what it all got down to. Is Craig
He was
Reynolds'
working up to that. That was the
insatiable
payoff.
sex appetite. Didn't see that coming at the end.
Not necessarily.
Didn't see it. Some of the guys that are the best at their sports, it's not just because they're competitive. Some of the lesser players are absolutely as competitive as they can be. They just don't have the physical talent. Look at Michael Jordan's physical talent. How you got to say he was insanely. LeBron, same thing. The Wilt Chamberlains, the people like that, Shohei Ohtani, they're just physically better than everybody else. They've got the drive to maintain that, but it's not just the competitiveness. There's a lot of guys with much lesser physical tools that are every bit as competitive. They just don't have the talent.
Well, there's been a lot of players on the Blues and Cardinals over the years that fans love, those scrappy guys that probably bust their balls just to get to the big leagues.
In some ways, they may have had to work harder to get there.
And have an unbelievable drive, I agree, but you can't be jumping over people like Michael Jordan just because you're competitive.
No.
It's that unbelievable combination of extreme talent plus that edge, and it's why you hear so many players or teams say, nobody believed us. They sort of talk themselves into these fake enemies all the time just to kind of have that fire burning, even when they've won already a bunch of times. But I would say you're born with it, but then it has to be sort of
fine-tuned.
Yeah, kind of nurtured a little bit. You know, clearly Tiger Woods is a great golfer. But if his dad didn't work him, would he have achieved at this level? He might have been on the tour, but maybe not have had the greatness because of the work his dad forced on him.
The intangible that all of those names that Jackson listed, and I want to make sure I get them, Jordan, Tiger, Kobe,
Tom
Brady.
Yeah.
They're never satisfied.
Right.
And anytime we talk about this more along the lines with business, because I'll see it with people who are successful in business, and I go, God, you could be sitting, take your pick of really at this point now, wherever, and yet you just are never satisfied. You just want more. That's what gets you going. And
Stan Kroenke, you've always been a fan.
I really like his integrity. But
ability to delegate.
But with Jordan, for example, I mean, that guy plays 36 holes almost every day. And I think for him, he can't play basketball anymore, but he needs that competitive outlet. And it doesn't matter if he's playing for $10, it's not going to impact his life in any capacity. If it's $100,000, but he needs that competition. The late, great Jay Randolph Jr., one of the best stories ever told is when he got a chance to play with Jordan, and he's S-talking him the whole time, calling him fat boy, just to figure out what it is that's going to bother him to then utilize to say when he's got a big shot. That's the game. What's the thing that's going to make him weak? If you watch Mickelson on these YouTube videos, he's been messing around with, Doug, is it Grant Horvath? Is that who it is? And he did a new one this week with Dustin Johnson, certainly somebody who doesn't seem like he gets too worked up about much. Yeah. You see Mickelson's tactics, like trying to figure out if there's anything. And I think for trying to get in Dustin Johnson's head, he just keeps talking because he knows that annoys the hell out of him. I think there's that. So you want to have the competitive outlet. There's a part of me that thinks Brady's just going to keep broadcasting because people say he shouldn't or he can't. You know what I mean?
Prove people wrong.
Right. I think there's something there.
Well, think about his whole physique. I mean, he looks great for being almost 50. He's certainly into his health and wellness. And then you go back to the picture, he's kind of a doughy quarterback coming out of college, and it motivated. I'm sure the fact that photo has been heavily circulated also motivated him. But I think he wants to be like the greatest broadcaster. I think he's working hard at it. People I know are around him. Is he the greatest analyst ever? No, but I think he is just constantly driven. If you say, I bet he'll be bad, okay, that's all he needs to hear. Right. Tom in Toledo said you'd be bad. There it is. That's all he needs. Now he's going to be the best he can be.
Even though Brady may not have looked like much of an athlete, he is a big guy. He's 6'4", 225. This is not just some guy up the street. This is also a guy who, wasn't he drafted in baseball? He was a heck of an athlete. Yeah. Very good.
He interned at Merrill Lynch in 1998.
And there's just kind of a fun fact.
Okay.
Well, it's, all right. For giving back the baseball cards.
My point was he wasn't just a guy. He was also a guy with incredible physical skill, combined with a great mental understanding of everything that was going on in the game, made him the best quarterback ever.
Well, think about the Kachuk kids. Brady, Matthew, they're going to be most likely going to be good at hockey because of their family genes, the DNA. But then they get the opportunity. They're on the ice all the time, and so they get the reps in. If Chantel and Walt never signed them up for hockey, which would have been really bizarre, and never had them out on the ice, then they probably don't get to this level. So you have talent, but it also has to be tapped into, for sure.
Mm-hmm. It takes a mix of the two.
I mean, I always thought about with Warner, how many guys are on the bench in the NFL that would be really good? It's just, no, you weren't a high pick. You just never get that chance. And the talent is there. So it's all these combinations. To actually achieve at a high level, you have to have the opportunity. Michael Jordan gets cut. Was that Cornfield who cut him, I think?
I think it was Gary Cornfield.
So,
Had another mistake he made.
He said that was the second biggest mistake of his career.
Right.
Cutting Jordan.
McKernan
Tim was
#1.
first.
Right.
I told you, see?
You tried out for basketball and you were 4 foot nothing? 4 foot how much?
It's really insulting, man.
Did he step over you at the tryout?
Stepped on, and then therefore I was not able to play.
Where does Jackson get? When do you sort of come up with these deep dives? Because I read them every day.
They're great.
Glad you asked, Martin. Inspiration usually comes in the morning for me. The sun rises, as does my mental acuity. And so I tend to just peruse, whether it be Twitter or some headlines, and something conjures up. It's tough to really point out the process because it's so sporadic. But when something comes to me, I just I write down like a little sentence, and then I build from there.
Because, for example, in 8-3, which I believe that segment has passed.
Yes, it has.
According to the dossier, potentially we could have discussed this topic. Mm-hmm. In general, what is it about football that we are so damn drawn to? I don't know why you had to swear.
Yeah, I had to explain that to my kids.
Watch it.
I also get a little, fire in the morning.
Do you? In general, what is it about football that we are so damn drawn to? It's not that fast. It's a tad confusing. It's not personality driven per se. Why do we love it so much? That's your football discussion. Yeah. That's interesting. That's a good jumping off point.
It's an interesting, just something to chew on. You're walking around today, going from your desk to the bathroom or something, chew on it, let that kind of simmer, let it marinate, even percolate.
Darn. Okay.
I think the pacing's just right.
For football?
Yeah, but baseball's a little slow.
Then the
Hockey might be
question
fast for some people to follow.
Why has soccer captivated the vast majority of the world? It's certainly popular in the United States, but not to the level internationally. And why has American football not captivated the world?
Right. Like, what about just being in America or an American draws us to football, where it doesn't really do that with most other countries? And then vice versa with soccer.
I think it's what you're used to. Just grow up playing soccer nonstop, watching soccer nonstop. It's your thing.
It is kind of amazing that football hasn't taken hold all over the globe.
Yeah. That's why I want to chew on this.
I guess it's kind of expensive. The equipment's expensive. People get hurt a lot. There's some countries that don't want anything to do with that.
Sure.
And soccer is so ingrained in most of the world that they don't need another sport.
Well, the overhand throw, that's not real popular around the world. The old overhand throw.
Yeah.
Overhand.
Also, Tim,
rugby, it's a lot of laterals.
Martin, I see you're taking notes and writing notes. What do you have?
No, I'm just looking ahead here. How big of a factor do you think ego truly plays in sports? I think there's we had a little overlap here.
That's a Venn diagram?
Competitive. Now we're going into ego. You're kind of the Zen sports guy.
Yeah,
there.
I'm little Phil Jackson.
Yeah.
Little Phil.
I think for everybody who's
Burn the
considered
sage.
the top at their sport because of their great competitiveness, there's thousands of people that had the same competitiveness that just simply didn't have the physical talent.
Try to take a shot?
Well, it's a shot at all of us. Didn't we all
You
want to
played
be
college ball. You hit a home run off Tom Seaver.
Didn't we all want to be professional athletes at some point? Weren't we all? Didn't we all try really hard?
I wanted to be on AM radio.
Okay.
And then HD, that was the dream.
HD2.
Mm-hmm.
I think to your point, Doug, there's a lot of talented people, but when you're talking about the upper crust, some people, when they have that talent, might rest on their laurels a little bit. They're comfortable, they know what they're doing. It's that drive, that next step, that's just that one little variation of the DNA that sends them to the next level.
It would make a difference if you got two people with similar physical talent.
Yeah, would agree.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to get better at the game of golf and try to get to Jackson's level, I'm buying stock in this guy this year. What's your index right now? Like a 10, 9, something like that?
Yeah, 10, 7 iron goes flying about $152 as the crow flies.
You a stick over there?
He's got game. I'm buying stock in him right now, Martin. I think he has his point of impact. That club face is open. I think the path is a little problematic. That's going to get tightened up, and the next thing you know, it's going to be a stripe show. He's going to be a 5 when we close the books on 2025.
Well, that's the dream.
And maybe it's because he's going to SSM Health's presentation of the St. Louis Golf Expo this Friday through this Sunday at the St. Charles Convention Center. Get 10 rounds of golf, free balls, and Stiefel Charity Classic tickets while they last. Shop big brands with Pro-Am Golf in the testing and fitting zone. Try your luck to win rounds of golf in the short game contest. Enter the longest putt contest or their long drive challenge on their state-of-the-art simulator and get lessons by Elevate Golf. And if you get thirsty, you can stop by their 19th hole and grab a beverage. It's this Friday through this Sunday, January 31st through February 2nd. Tickets available online at stlgolfexpo.com. Jeremy Rutherford going to join us in the next segment. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This program is called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
do like organ music at sporting events. Yeah.
This is a classic St. Louis Blues organ theme.
It's pretty damn good, too.
Is it Bernie Hayes?
He's playing the song, the St. Louis Blues.
Let's get back to the old school blues.
Is this when they play at the old barn?
Smoking
Yeah,
a
they
dart
play
upstairs.
Oh, you better believe it,
those-
Jackie Papers.
Whatever those banners that hung above, below the roof that were maybe absorbing sound, instead took on all the nicotine
Yes,
look, and they were
indeed.
sort of like light brown. Everybody was smoking darts.
What a treat it is. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see him lurking in the corner.
I'm going to zoom in on him for just a moment.
What a dish.
Yeah, that is a dish. Va, 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 voom.
And Gunderman.
Has the dish been sponsored? The studio
Dossier
dish.
sponsored by Stiefel. Who's going to sponsor the dish?
Studio dish brought to you by...
Ladies and gentlemen, it's our pleasure to welcome to the studio friend of the program, Jeremy Rutherford. Doug, unbelievable.
Oh, I saw him standing over there.
At a
Hello,
gallery,
Jeremy.
maybe Augusta 2019. Oh, his mic's down already.
Got mic on, pal.
Come on, Jackson.
Couldn't be sorry if I tried.
I heard there was a bidding war for the Dossier sponsorship, and Stiefel won like 3 or 4
Absolutely was.
companies. In
That's correct. There was a bidding war.
Well, there were a couple of secret companies that we couldn't tell.
Wayner Brothers.
JR, wow, what a 2 weeks. Things were looking really nice about 12 days ago, and alas, things have turned here. And it led to, Martin called it too.
He called it.
He said there's going to be a Doug Armstrong State of the Union. Now, Doug Armstrong made it clear yesterday was not a State of the Union. He said, I'll take a couple questions, but this is not a State of the Union. But it was not a big surprise that he wound up kind of giving a State of the Union. What stood out to you most from your conversations, whether it be with Armstrong or anybody else yesterday?
Yeah, so I heard Martin yesterday.
Called the shot.
Yeah, heard it. And then I'm sitting out at Centene at my laptop, and ding, here comes in the email. Doug Armstrong will speak today at their practice. So, Martin, good job on that. You knew it was coming.
I wonder if Army was listening. He's like, boy, I should talk. I should probably do. When he said it's not a State of the Union, I was trying to think, did I say it was a State of the Union?
Yeah.
But he has that playbook. When the team's really bad and the coach is sort of exasperated, he'll trot out there every once in a while and say, I'm just addressing all things. But usually he sort of nukes the team, which I felt he stopped short of doing yesterday.
Yeah, but as far as the takeaway, Tim, that was the takeaway that I had, because now certainly in the past, whenever he's had these quote-unquote State of the Unions, he has talked about the players and put it on the players. But typically in the past, it's been, okay, Craig was a good coach, had his run, we're going to move on.
Yeah.
Players got to be better. Same thing with Drew Bannister, but those were different circumstances. But yesterday was the first time I felt where he came out and he said that it's the same group of players and we're getting the same record. We've changed out the coach a couple times. We've added some support players, but it's the same group and we haven't gotten it done. So now we're going to start chipping away.
They have to be really disappointed in what they got from Saad, don't you think?
Yeah, I think so. The only thing with that is he's a support player, not a third or fourth liner, but he can be a middle six guy, and you're going to get 20 goals from him. And 4.5 is the going rate for 20 goals. And the Blues knew that they were in a situation where they needed a player like him. So for it to fall off the way it did and to put him on waivers, nobody would have ever dreamt of seeing what happened yesterday. But I think, by and large, those first couple of years of the contract were about what you'd expect.
Can I ask a one-parter?
One-parter.
We do take two-parters in the text inbox, but you're going to go one.
Okay, I'll go two-parter.
Yes!
All right, two-parter it is. First one, Jeremy, is there such a thing as Festus sober? Because we have California sober. And then you can answer that when you feel like it, but I also want to know, when did it become so necessary or in vogue for players to get 8-year deals? Blues used to sign free agents for 4 years, 5, oh my goodness, and now it's become sort of the standard in the league.
Yes, there is such thing as Festus sober. That's 8 beers. 8
Oh,
beers.
okay.
If you drink 8 beers, you're Festus sober.
Okay.
The 8-year deals, you know what? A lot of that had to do with the salary cap because of COVID. The cap didn't move for a few years, and that was a way for GMs to get these guys signed, give them the term that they wanted, and try to keep the AAV down. So you saw a lot of deals like that. Look at Braden Chen. He got an 8-year deal with a 6.5 AAV. You look at Colton Parayko got a long term. There are a lot of deals around the league that happened during that COVID time where they were all getting max, and then once 1 or 2, 5 guys start to get that, then guys around the league want that. So I think that kind of took off from there.
Do you have an 8-year deal? Does everybody in hockey get an 8-year deal?
Is that industry standard?
I do not. Had I worked at Channel 4 and built up that income all those years.
Oh, gosh.
Had those big money deals. Then
huge money in local news.
Caruso got a lifetime contract.
Oh, is that right?
He gave it to himself. Yeah.
You know what I said to him the other day? Somebody asked me.
Whoa, he was seen? Caruso was seen? Was it a Blues event?
The internship program, I asked Caruso, do you guys have interns? And I'm sitting there thinking, what am I thinking? Caruso is an intern. Right?
Oh, he's an executive.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, you don't see a lot of interns anymore. They kind of stopped that during COVID everywhere. A lot of businesses did.
Oh, I didn't know that, really. That was
a lot of them
thing?
did, yeah.
This is rare. I don't know if this is breaking news or not, but we have a former Blues goalie texting in about the topic. So that's kind of unheard of.
Brian Elliott is texting in.
No, Daddy Padre. Daddy Padre.
He didn't play.
Doug, is an e-bug a goalie?
Is what now?
An e-bug, an emergency backup?
Oh, I didn't know the terminology.
You didn't know that term? Really?
No, I didn't.
It's Daddy Padre.
He never played for the club. He practiced. They beat him like he was a sieve.
I get Sod hasn't been good this year, but man, does this reek of Army trying to justify more of his blunders. Texier, Joseph, and making Sod the scapegoat. Guy's a 7-time 20-goal scorer. Now, does Daddy Padre have credibility because he played in the league? Or is he bitter and is this like talking to an ex-wife to do a hit piece? Doug, which one is it?
Probably the latter.
Oh,
he lost his job as a what was it again?
E-bug.
E-bug.
When Jackson's giving you hockey answers.
I'd never heard that. He lost the e-bug gig.
This is kind of like the Jeff Ablin. Boom, gotcha. Boom, gotcha moment.
Tell Daddy Padre he was texting me more than I see my daughter, my 15-year-old daughter texting.
Oh, is that right? He's active?
Yeah.
What do you think about
his point with Sod, and believe me, I heard it last night.
Yeah. Oh, so you're already familiar with this.
Yeah, and look, I get it. The only thing is, and we talk about this in the Last Minute Blues podcast, is, Army only has so many moves that he can make, and especially right now. So Blues fans want to see something happen. Well, look at the roster, and, who do you want to move out? And name a person, how does he do it today or tomorrow? So he's making the moves that, I think over time you're going to see more of them. But right now you move a Perinovich. That wasn't going to work out. You move him. So you put Sod on waivers. You hope that somebody will take that, and then that 4.5 is off the books next year. And, a lot of these things that he needs to do that he alluded to yesterday, aren't going to be trade deadline type moves, I don't think. I think this is going to be summer stuff.
Perunovic wasn't a bust. He played almost 100 games in the NHL, but from the hype standpoint, he was a huge letdown, don't you think?
Yeah, I think so, especially because when you see the NHL the past however many years, the smaller guys, if they can move the puck and be offensive weapons, power play guys, then they can have some success in this league. But he just couldn't find that offensive touch. He didn't shoot the puck a lot. And then if you have him out there, he's got to be able to play some 5-on-5D, and he didn't show that he was able to do that. So, he went to the Islanders. I think he had a pretty good game last night, and an assist and a shot or two. And, maybe he has some success up there, but I think it became for sure that proverbial change of scenery deal.
Do you think that we will be seeing potential moves as the deadline approaches and if the team doesn't get back into the mix?
Yeah, and I think by listening to Army yesterday, Tim, could they get back in the mix? Would he try to help them if they got close? Sure. 5 points back. They're down 3 games in hand to some of these teams around them. But I think yesterday we kind of, through listening to him, learned that he doesn't feel this team can do much if it does get into the playoffs.
Well, so I want to be clear. I was talking about more from the selling side. I wasn't talking of the buying side.
Right.
Okay,
And so, yeah. And so I think that even if they were close, I just wanted to make that point that I don't think he would even try to put some chips in, to use the term that you guys use. But in terms of selling, if he feels that this is a situation, which we now know that that's what he thinks, I don't know what you can sell that's going to do anything. I think more of the focus will be evolving the roster so he can get it to a point this summer or going into next season that he can just start to change the complexion of things and do what he did yesterday with the Brandon Saad move. Who's the next guy? What else can we do? But, you can talk about the players who the Blues might be able to sell, a Foxa, a Suter, you're moving out Sundqvist, whoever, if you're trying to change the complexion of this team, and there's nothing coming back. So, to me, some of those types of conversations going into the trade deadline really are kind of, what's it going to do?
There's a term I use in hockey, and you guys probably won't understand it because you don't quite know the game like I do. I call it e-bug. Emergency backup goalie. Who is the e-bug now? And is there any hope that he might help carry this team to a stronger second half?
Kerber.
You know what? They have somebody down there, but after the Padre left, I have lost touch.
After the
That was
Padre.
like celebrity status with the Padre. So.
Vancouver's in utter disaster with the Pettersson-Miller situation, and Calgary's not a playoff team. The second wild card spot is there for the taking. That's from the Padre. He's back, Danny Padre. This guy is active as all get out.
It is there for the taking, but they're not taking it.
But that's a thing. That's a thing. And that's why, we talk about this team. Tim, this team, as you read the article by Jeff Gordon earlier today, Jeff Gordon paints a good picture of this fabric of this organization has been built on players who are able to give it their all at all times, right? And that's not what we're seeing from this team. So when you see them win a big game and then they, you win the 2 Calgary games, then you go to Utah and there's not the response, the worst period that you could possibly have in the biggest game of the season. You go into this homestand thinking after the shootout win over Vegas, this is a chance to jump on this and they don't, and you got to be wondering, who are these players and can you count on them? And I think we've seen that the answer is no in a lot of these situations that they've put into.
Jeremy Rutherford with us in studio. Let's take a break and we'll have another segment with JR. Your questions, 2-parters, welcome. Daddy Padre, active as all get out in the
How about a 3-parter?
Yeah, the rare 3-parter. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. And then Jackson was talking with the Baldwin Beer Bitch during the commercial break, and she wants to make her debut on 101 ESPN coming up.
Triple B.
Yeah, Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. Plus, JR wants to dive into a picture that we were able to obtain from our sources of Mark Hanna, the 9 o'clock hour sponsor, and a member of the dais feeding each other cake at the Blues Hall of Fame dinner. I mean, this is alarming stuff.
Oh, Caesar gotten a hold of this shit?
I don't know. So we will have that for you coming up here in our Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Hey, a new sponsor here on TMA, and that is Moritz Reusch Jewelers. They are in the 15th floor of the tower right across from the Galleria, and I was able to visit there and get to know the family that's been operating that store for decades. And man, is that a game changer. You're in the market to get some jewelry, whether it be for upcoming Valentine's Day, you're getting engaged, you got an anniversary coming up. Most of us are going, oh boy, I don't know where to go. I don't know how to do this. I've got to have a budget. I don't want somebody like sitting over me and telling me, hey, you ought to do this, that. That's not what they do. It is private there. It's on the 15th floor, and it is impressive. They know the industry, really quality people as well. You're going, well, Moritz Reusch, how do I spell it? Don't worry about it, Doug. Don't worry about it.
M-O-R.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay, sorry.
But I'll tell you what, you were off to a good start.
Okay.
NinjaBling.com. Ninja
Ninjabling.
Boom. NinjaBling.com.
Okay.
That's exactly right. Moritz Reusch, new sponsor here on TMA. You can go in there. You don't have to have like some ridiculous budget. This is for everybody, and they will take great care of you, sticking to the budget. You'll be impressed. 15th floor of what was the University Tower, now the Tower, across from the Galleria on Brentwood Boulevard. Moritz Reusch, new sponsor here on TMA, online at ninjabling.com. This is the Morning After. Jeremy Rutherford doing another segment with us. Baldwin Beer Bitch, who has won the Listener of the Month award. She is going to be coming up as well. And then the historic Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up in our 10 o'clock hour. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
fake it. Real deal, now it's time to take it. Sharpen up the blades, blood, sweat, and tears over decades. Went from last place in the whole league to the best in the West. Time to dig deep. It's game time, let's light them up. Boston Bruins.
Jimmy Rutherford in for another segment, and we'll take your two-part questions, maybe three-parters. We've never done that before. 314-399-9646. Bob from South City. I'm flying to Colorado and Utah for the games. What are the circa odds that they win one of two? I'm going to wear my old school Oatsy sweater. Wish me luck, boys. That's from the 314. JR, what odds are you giving?
I'm giving decent odds. I think Army's non-State of the Union yesterday has these players aware that he's observing now, and he's going to watch how hard they're playing, and they're going to come out hard. So I think with the Oatsy sweater, that they should be in good shape if you bring that sport.
What did he say? He just needed to win one of the two? Is he just looking for some level of success? I think they'll win in Utah, lose in Colorado.
There you go. This team is garbage. This roster has already gotten two coaches fired, now working on a third. Turns out you actually need good players. Not a sniff at the cup since 2019. Fire Army!
Oh.
That's from the 636.
Gosh. My word.
Can't fire him. He's on his way out.
I agreed with Tim 11 months ago. Boots should have been dealt. That's from Daddy Padre.
The Padre?
I wonder if Padre's working today? Or was he...
Yeah, he's very active in this text inbox. Were you surprised? Because that extension now, I feel like, over your time being on this show, we've seen it go from, I mean, we weren't working together when Bo Meester was the guy. I mean, then they win the cup, and then he becomes, the hero. But you remember that time where he was the guy. Then following that, am I missing somebody? Parayko?
Yeah, Parayko,
okay.
Yeah.
Then Kyrou. Now I feel like
Sanford was mixed in there somewhere.
Oh, Zach Sanford. And now we're on to Buchnevich and the contract. That is the focal point. Let's reverse engineer that conversation, because I do remember talking about trade him. My God, absolutely. That's what Daddy Padre is citing. That's what I like to see organizations do personally. And then but I also was operating the premise I didn't think they were going to extend him. Your thoughts on going back? Let's go back 11 months and see what were you hearing on top of not just your perspective on that, because that contract now is certainly getting a lot of attention.
Yeah, for sure. But let's set it up with this context. This is what happens when you try to operate in the middle and you want to be competitive, but you also want to look to the future. So you take Buchnevich off this team. Who are you bringing in that's going to keep you competitive? And now we're talking about a Buchnevich who you think is going to be productive. He hasn't been this year. So, Doug Armstrong came out and said shortly after the contract extension that he actually went up to Pavel Buchnevich and he said, hey, you probably heard your name out there. Yeah, I was shopping it, but I was asking for the mother load. I think Elliot Friedman said he had heard around the league that as much as 2 first-round picks. And so, you could have made a deal and maybe just get a first-round pick and a prospect, whatever, but then you don't have a Pavel Buchnevich, and then are you that competitive team trying to make the playoffs that Doug Armstrong, Tom Stillman said they want to be? So, it kind of goes against what Doug has wanted to do in terms of giving contracts to guys that are going to take them to their mid-30s, a Perron, Backus, those types of guys. But they felt that he was the player who wanted to be here and could help them stay competitive. But you look at, I don't like to look at it in terms of how he's producing right now. That thing can change in 2 weeks and he's producing. But mid-30s for a guy who's going to start a new contract next year, it just, at this point, I don't know that was the right way to go.
They put him at center for a while. Do you just think he got off track earlier this season? Like he never quite had his fit this year?
Yeah, I didn't see a situation where Pavel Buchnevich looked comfortable in the middle, but the Blues went to him with the numbers and they said, look, 600 plus points percentage when you play center. And the thing is, they didn't have any other options. Shen, he had played there, but is he a guy that they wanted to come back and say, hey, you're our number 2 center? Dvorsky wasn't ready. They tried some other guys in the middle, even Holloway. But they wanted to make it work with Buchnevich, kind of forced it. I think he lost his confidence a little bit, kind of didn't get into a rhythm offensively. And even though he's been playing the wing now for a couple months, you just don't see that same mojo like Jim Montgomery said about him a couple days ago.
Is there any possible best-case scenario you could envision where this team could put it together, get hot, and still win this baby?
No. That is, sorry to chuckle. It's just that I don't see this team having the backbone that it's going to take to be able to go on a run and get in the playoffs. And as we know now, Doug Armstrong, I don't think at this point is going to help facilitate that.
JR, the Blues are just like the Cardinals in terms of wanting mediocrity, but somehow it gets defended by the fans. That's from Sniffin' Holes.
The fans don't want mediocrity. The fans are just hanging with the only teams they've got. What are you supposed to do? Say, I'm no longer a Blues fan, I'm no longer a Cardinal fan because they have a couple bad years? You can't do that.
Yeah, how about that?
You give them up and you become a Battle Hawk fan.
That's the answer.
In a league that'll be dead a year from now.
Martin.
Wow. Who thought the best line of the Blues segment would be a Battlehawk take?
I think Army just signed the UFL and Battlehawks an 8-year deal. I think we're good.
Right. I'm not sure.
You don't think that's going to age well?
No.
We've gotten a few texts about number 25, not necessarily complaining about him per se, but would the Blues potentially look at, because the no trade kicks in? Hey, JR, is shipping Cairo in the summer before the no trade kicks in still in play? Also, I agree with Doug. I think to spark a winning streak, these guys need to take post-game baths together.
I never said as much.
Was that in the 7 o'clock hour when you said that?
I never said as much.
When was the last time you guys took a bath?
Cut that off.
With another gentleman? Never.
Or alone. I don't know. When was the last time you got in the tub, bro?
Yeah, when did you draw a bath last with some lavender candles?
I didn't draw anything. I just turned on the water.
And you got in?
Gosh, I bet it's been 30 years or more, probably.
Why do you hate running water?
Why do I need water?
Why do you hate running water? What's wrong with that?
Well, I love it. That's why I take a shower.
Big water.
It's a little easier.
My only thing is I used to fill the bathtub up to the top with water. Now I got to do it about halfway. Fill it up to the top.
Oh, no. Science experiment. Oh, yeah. On the, we'll talk baths when you're not here, but on Cairo, what's your answer on that?
Yeah, so the way I look at that situation is I feel like Doug's going to look at the situation this summer and what can I do? And is he going out to move Cairo? I don't think so at this point. He's produced. He's played well this year. Could he be better, more consistent? Sure. But I think he's got to weigh all of his options. And there's going to be guys that maybe you can't move or you don't want to move, which maybe it could lead to conversations about moving a guy that we're not thinking at this point, whether it be a Cairo or a Thomas or somebody else, kind of in that core group. So I don't think that's like priority number one. Let's go see what we can get for Jordan Cairo. But I think that as Doug looks at his options, all of those things are going to have to come into play, and he's going to have those conversations if he's going to want to change the complexion of this team. As he said yesterday, it's the same record with the same group.
Yeah, if you're going to get anybody back who might really make a difference, you're probably going to have to part with some people that you don't want to have to part with.
Yeah, have to. Mm-hmm. And listen, the biggest thing with moving out guys like a Jordan Cairo is who are you bringing in? Like if you're in a conversation with a Calgary and maybe you're talking Matthew Tkachuk and you're talking Jordan Cairo, if you know what's transpiring there and what you're getting back, like look at the Colorado trade. They move Rantanen, but they get a great player in Natchez. And so you just have to be sure of what you got coming when you're going to make a move like that.
And who's the E-Bug? Do we even know? Have we even looked into it? It could happen. Both goalies go down, and we're looking in the stands for someone who can take their place, stack the pillows, maybe stand on their head and spit wooden nickels.
This show's so stupid.
I don't know if he's out there.
Was the Rantanen deal just because they couldn't sign him, or they didn't think they'd sign him? They knew it was coming.
Well, I think
did they not have the money, or they just didn't think they'd get it done?
Yeah, I think money was going to be tight. You got McKernan, you got McCarr, and Rantanen. Here's the thing. People think of him as a good player, right, Martin? But his numbers the past 5 years stacked up against the best players in the league are like right there, top 5. So he's going to be a $13-14 million player with that cap going up.
JR, always good to have the conversation. Thank you for coming in studio, and we'll get back to when we last drew a bath.
Yeah, for sure. And it was just good to hear Doug talk sports because the other night I watched him spoon feeding a male.
That's right.
It was one of the sponsors.
Unbelievable. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour, online at evergreenstl.com. The Blues Hall of Fame ceremony, a stunning image in my phone on Friday of Doug and Mark Hanna, and what was going on, JR?
So I was sitting next to Doug, and I thought, he would bring his lovely wife. That's what you do at these things. And I turn and I look, and there's Doug sitting next to, a beautiful Mark Hanna. Like, I'm not going to take any credit away from. He is stunning. But then, okay, you bring a sponsor to the dinner. That's great, Doug. Team player. But then I turn, Tim, and I see a spoon from Doug's arm raising up and putting some food. Doug, what was it into?
I thought it was broccoli.
You're feeding a gentleman broccoli?
Well, I always try to take care of the sponsors. If any of the sponsors were sitting next to me, I would gladly give them a fork full of broccoli.
You got a mighty pretty mouth.
Those are your words, sir. I can have Jackson play it again.
You got a mighty pretty mouth.
I did not say that.
Tim always says support
Friday.
the sponsors, so I think that's.
I was doing my duty. Yes, he looked hungry, and I had some spare broccoli. That's all there was.
JR, was that your interpretation?
No, it looked awful. I've seen people on dates before, and this looked really similar.
2-pound carrot cake.
I wouldn't give him any of that. Keep that for myself.
Always appreciate the conversation. It's Jeremy Rutherford with us here on TMA. You are welcome to get involved for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, which is coming your way in about an hour, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Compete. But if the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom wins today, she makes history, becoming the first lady to ever win the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. How will Jackson and Chairman Kurt's filter change from the criticism they received in the YouTube chat? Will it change at all? Will they respond, or will they continue to be steadfast on their filtering process? Gentlemen, any deep teas?
Chairman?
Hold on.
I can tell you.
A lot of moving parts here.
I don't plan on changing anything.
How about that? I echo that sentiment.
If you're dealing with low energy, low motivation, you're tired all the time, weight gain, muscle loss, especially belly fat, these can be symptoms of low testosterone. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, and many doctors overlook that, and this ensures your treatment is tailored to your body. The treatments are designed to fit your life, even with a busy schedule. Most insurance is accepted, making it an accessible option. It's fast, it's easy, and it's safe. It's Mentality. This year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's New Year offer is your chance to take back control. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Adam Schefter of ESPN is reporting that Mike McCarthy is not going to be coaching in 2025 and will focus on the 2026 hiring cycle. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. You kidding me?
It's the Morning After. Show is presented by Brown & Crouppen. Mark Hanna, sponsor of this 9 o'clock hour. You're welcome to get involved. Call in. 314-974-0101. Watch the program, youtube.com/TMASTL. And I see, Chairman, you're in there talking with MD 2020 about height?
Yeah, MD 2020 observed that benefit of being 5'8" is that you could fit into a bathtub with Doug.
Oh.
And I said, that's why I'm hoping I don't hit one of those 40-year-old growth spurts.
Those are dangerous.
Happens from time to time.
Doug said some things to me that make me think he might want me in that tub.
What?
Wow, you might want to talk to HR.
What in the world?
I don't work here.
Yeah, I guess Sound Stories HR.
I think I might be that too.
Jackson, can I ask an update follow-up? Is there an update follow-up allowed?
Yeah.
Adam Schefter's reporting Mike McCarthy will sit this year out. Are there any jobs open? Is it not obvious that he's not coaching this year?
I guess
Am I missing? I'm not questioning you.
Sure. The New Orleans has a vacancy.
Okay, there you go.
So that would be the one, I guess.
Maybe he wasn't much interested in that. So he just said, I've been making $8 million a year now for 15 years. I'll just take a year off.
Hey, I see this blue light just started flashing. What's that mean?
Someone's calling the warm line.
Warm line?
I'm going to take this one.
What's a warm line?
Jackson's you're going to take it right here?
Well, not on.
Oh, okay.
Why not?
The Billikens are on the front page of ESPN.com for the fight. That was our first half hour of the program. And we had an eyewitness call in with a very detailed observation of what he saw that was smooth, Doug. And he hosts the Platform Sports Talk Show. So if you would like to hear that, you can podcast. The podcast here on TMA, brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. You can always go back and podcast. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the podcast on TMA and throughout the day on 101 ESPN. If you would like to hear the firsthand account of that brawl, I was watching the game live last night, and all of a sudden, chaos. If you're a member of the TMA fan page on Facebook, number one, Jackson does an incredible job of moderating it. Number two, Buck Swope, who was the listener of the year last year, posted an extended video. I don't know if that's his own video, but it's like a 90-second video. That thing was a real life, all out brawl. I mean, it went on for a while too. So if you haven't seen that, TMA fan page on Facebook, and Jackson will let you in. Make sure you answer the questions to keep from Jackson the bots, or what do you call them? The Hoosier nesting bodies?
Hoosier Trojan horses, or nesting bodies. Those all exist.
Martin, do you follow?
No. Does Buck Swope wear a Swope jersey to Billiken games? Just
you'd have to
supporting
wonder.
Isaiah, but also representing himself. Dave's drunk Uncle Larry texts in saying that the fight was between SLU fans, Phil Russell's family. Phil played for SLU before transferring to SEMO, then VCU. He's from St. Louis. Apparently the fans were heckling him throughout the game. Mom went up to confront them. Other members of the family got involved, and it escalated. I would say that's also a recap of our caller, Smooth, who was there, sort of saying that's exactly what happened. And Phil Russell, St. Louis kid, played at Vaughn.
Yes, there you go.
Well, I'd like to see Buck Swope's video. Has there ever been a better citizen journalist in our lifetime than Buck Swope? I don't know.
Abe Zapruder.
That's who I was thinking, but that wouldn't be in your lifetime. I think I might be the only one whose lifetime is
Iggy
still
and
around.
Biff at the AVNs in 2022, or is it 2018? Maybe both of them.
Ray King with the Matty Mock story.
Yeah, I mean, this show has had some citizen journalists, and we're very proud of that. You can add yourself to that list. Baldwin Beer Bitch wants to do that. She's on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Triple B.
Hey, boys. How's it going?
Hi, hello, bitch. We're doing good. You?
Good. That doesn't get old. I'm glad you're taking my calls. I thought I'd have to move to Festus.
No.
Yeah, we do seem like we're really tapped into the Festus market. You, of course, representing Baldwin still?
It's Manchester, 63021. So, east of 141. That's all that matters.
Oh, you don't want to be west of 141?
God, traffic really is rough.
Yeah. Oh, is that right?
Absolutely not.
Or is it a status symbol thing?
I mean, we're no Mr. Licks here, but, I think east of 141 is definitely a cutoff.
Okay, I didn't know. Good knowledge.
All right.
So.
Well, what's on your mind?
Thanks for taking my call, Tim. I just get so nervous when I know you're on the other line.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
There's so many women in the St. Louis area have said that.
Is it because of his height?
Oh, damn it, Doug.
Well,
You know, Mr. Baldwin Beerbitch and I are proud season ticket holders, and he actually said to me, I have to behave myself. If Tim's there with his family on Friday, I really need to make sure I'm in best form.
you can stop
Local
this
broadcast
anytime.
hero Tim McKernan.
There's Senator Chris Clark,
world's
sports
going
analyst.
on?
Sports analyst, too.
I do have a question for the dais, but before I get there, Doug, I just want to give you a shout-out. You must be doing a really good job training Tamar Scher. She's doing a really good job backing up for you when you're not covering the Bills.
When you're not there, Channel 4.
Well, yeah, I haven't been there for about 3.5 years now.
I just heard it was because you take 3-week vacation.
Steve Savard laid that out.
Yeah. But I don't. I never did.
I am the best in the world in what I do.
Steve Savard has never lied.
34 years there. I don't think I ever took a 2-week vacation.
That's what Stevie said.
I had to retire to take a 2-week vacation. And retire I did.
Doug, you're nothing but a talking head. Savard's better than you. Shut up.
Okay, that's the material.
Stay with Chevy.
Okay. All right. Well,
Did you say
no,
Triple B? Are you a Billikens season ticket holder? Is that what you're referencing?
Yeah, so I actually married into it. I went to SLU from 2010 to 2014, never went to a single game. And then my husband didn't even go to SLU, has been a diehard Billikens fan since a youngin'. So.
Were you there last night?
Yeah, so normally we sit in 116, which is the section where the brawl broke out.
Wow.
My father-in-law had the seats last night, so we were in a different section. But I just wanted to say, so it's a weird section because it's behind the visitor bench, so you have a very interesting combo. You have the 80-plus geriatrics who can't see anything, who want a foul call on every play. Mm-hmm. And then you have 30 to 40-year-olds who are chugging beers, heckling the visitor bench and the visitor fans. So just a question for the day. I'll go ahead and hang up and drink bleach. But
preemptive.
So, you know, at what point does it cross the line? So I'll just set this up. So, you know, last game, we were at the LaSalle game. Maybe I'm a woke Libby like Jack. I don't know. But there was actually Billiken fans behind us yelling, you know, obscenities at the LaSalle fans. And, you know, as a society in 2025, I just thought we were done saying, you know, you're gay and you're the R word and things like that.
You've never hosted balloon party.
Yeah. Want to take a peek into the text inbox?
But so that's what fans are yelling?
That happened at the LaSalle game, which, you know, LaSalle didn't. They had some fans. They were pretty tame. But, I mean, even some boisterous Billiken fans were shouting, you're gay, at the LaSalle fans, just completely unprovoked. And so it's not a surprise that it happens in that section because we've witnessed quite a bit of heckling. Usually people just kind of forget about it. But the question I wanted to ask you guys and just get your thoughts is, at what point does it cross the line? I'm not condoning violence or brawls, but when do you think it's okay to heckle fans and just say, you know, oh, sit down, that was a foul, or, oh, yeah, he flopped, versus, you know, when is it cross the line at, you know, attacking a family member or something? So I'll go ahead and hang up. Thank you, boys. Love the show.
Thank you, Baldwin Beerbitch.
Well,
There's Baldwin
thank you.
Beerbitch on the Callier and Thompson phone line. She's pretty close to Callier and Thompson.
I would say it's never appropriate to heckle other fans, ever. You can cheer and for your own team and have a good time without being mean-spirited and going after another fan. It's never okay.
Yeah, I have to tell you, I share your opinion, and usually I'm on a different perspective. If going after another fan, I don't even know how that happens. I mean, I guess I know how it happens, but it's just not something.
I think the difference, too, is if you're a big old fan, you're rooting for your team, and they're yelling, your team stinks, sucks. You're like, okay, I get it. But when it's your son or family member, it's probably going to tick you off at a different level than just being a fan of the team. And somebody that was courtside last night texted me and said they were riding Phil Russell all night, the crowd, certain portions of the crowd, that they were kind of yelling and barking at him the whole game. Way to go, Phil. And it's not like he left SLU and it was a big story. So I'm not sure, but apparently he was being barked at a lot. And then later, as we heard from Smooth, who thinks Tim's the best, Doug?
Well, you done to everybody.
Thank you, Doug. Greatest podcast he ever had. Smooth was right there with his mom, firsthand account, and said that it was Phil Russell's mom who then went to confront some of these people. I don't know if an usher can calm that situation down. I guarantee Chris May, he likes things very vanilla, not controversial, friend of the show. They're probably thinking today, what do we do? The next time Dayton's families are going to be there on Friday. Do you have a supervisor, security type person just sitting in that section now to say, all right, that's enough? You may have to do that moving forward because it can probably get a little heated when they are family members of the opposing team.
Well,
it shouldn't be that way, but you might have to think of it that way.
I would say if you have Billiken fans causing problems for the other team or other fans, you remove those fans.
For sure.
Just like they did in New York with the fan who caught the ball, tried to take it away from Mookie Betts. If you have fans causing real problems, get them out of there.
For sure. I'm just saying, moving forward, if I'm them, I might have to be proactive and put somebody in a position there to kind of monitor that behavior throughout the game.
Yeah.
Maybe that's where Tim and I will sit there Friday.
We'll be security,
and we will.
God, I'd be an intimidating presence.
We will
You
keep.
sure would.
Watch it, or we'll dox you on TMA. That's what we'll yell.
Doug, you are pro-doxing for
I absolutely am. Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to give your thoughts. 314-974-0101. Those are the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Joined by Jeremy Rutherford in our 9 o'clock hour. We will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Compete. See if you can do it. See if you can hang the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It comes your way at 10:50. Doug Mark Milton. He's a big Billiken supporter.
He's a huge Billiken fan. He's been a season ticket holder for years. Never one time been in a brawl there.
You fed him food last year when I was sitting next to you at the Blues alumni event.
Yes, I did. That's how I roll.
You're promiscuous with these guys.
Yeah. What I don't feed him is tax problems. Other people do, thankfully, and that's why he's in business. A lot of people have tax issues as we hit the tax season right now. It's something you start to think about. If you have any kind of IRS problem, maybe unfiled tax returns or bank levies or wage garnishments, heaven forbid, you've got an IRS criminal investigation going on. If that's the case, you got real problems unless you have somebody like Mark Milton in your corner so you can say, I'm not guilty, I'm with Milty. If the God-forsaken tax man comes after you, Mark Milton is definitely the guy you need to know. So here's how you contact him. He's at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton provides a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. He was telling me there's a lot of people who just, for whatever reason, don't file returns and
Talking about Janine Lindemulder?
Well, yeah, her specifically. And it backs up on them, and 4 or 5 years down the road, the IRS comes knocking, and then you've got major problems. Well, Mark can help you out. It doesn't have to be that drastic, but any kind of problem you might have with the IRS, Mark Milton is right there. Any kind of IRS issues, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. Hey, and remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
This is called Uncle Sam. How about a couple gift cards, Uncle Sam?
One of the questions in the QFTA yesterday, Jackson titled what? 700 Club Prayer Breakfast?
Yes.
Was about the origin of Martin's impression talking about gift cards. And I have to tell you that Jackson and I, while we had plenty of stories from our time over on Woodlawn in Manchester, the gift cards were not something that we experienced. Would you like to add any color to that?
Well,
and one of the things I've noticed is that you said it's a $100 gift card, but there's only $45 left on it.
I know that some staff members back in the day at the old station were encouraged by the upper management to get gift cards from their sponsors. And we'll give those away. But then said person would be seen at said client's place using the gift card.
Oh, is that right?
So I extrapolated the fact that the cards then back in the rotation would be handed out, but they'd be minus a portion of the value.
It's probably,
because somebody had already sampled
and then they got
gift
put
card
back into the price.
It's like roulette, you never know. You're going to get one with $50 on it or $100 on it.
And I also, in my head, thinking of this person, know that they would probably have a shyster element. And so if they wanted to cut you a deal, instead of handing you cash or a check, we'll just give you a couple gift cards. And then you find out that they've already been used.
Right.
Sir, this gift card only has $9.42, but it says $100. Sir, it's been used several times. We'll just sell some for $9.42. Kimosabi, have a great lunch.
Edit this into QFTA yesterday, that question. People
Did
were
you
like,
I
said, I love the impression. I said, I know the impression is John Hadley, who used to run...
Air quotes, Stephen Jones, air quotes, run the station.
KFNS, but I didn't know the history of the gift cards.
Yeah.
Some of the sponsors would tell some of the on-air staff, hey, this one guy keeps coming in, and he's always got a gift card. So then I extrapolated that it went back into circulation.
That's a fair extrapolation.
So it's a true story, and then a tad of my interpretation of what happened next.
Artists' renderings.
What did Letterman call it? Writer's embellishment, and they would flash on the screen.
Martin, I got an email yesterday. Martin is now halfway through the onboarding process here at Hubbard. So he is that.
I bet there are people who worked their entire career here and never really did get fully onboarded.
There's so much paperwork.
It's rigorous.
We did a little teasing work yesterday, too. And then one of them actually is like how to help Tim stay secure at Chaifetz on Fridays.
Thank you.
That's going to be one of today's programs.
Thank you. Thank you for tending to that. Jackson, good news. When I brought up the TMA fan page and how you can see the Buck Swope video, we have a flood of new member requests for you to sift through today.
Oh, nice.
TMA fan page on Facebook. Buck Swope, again, best citizen journalist of the year.
I think
already.
so.
And
Maybe ever.
January.
Who's on that
29th.
list? Citizen
Abraham
Calvin May
Zapruder.
was an actual journalist.
Mount Rushmore. Ladies and gentlemen, this is TMA. Martin will see you tomorrow.
How about Aaron Brockovich for citizen journalist?
Good take.
What's your Mount Rushmore of citizen journalists?
And I see Big Al's on hold. You might want to stick around, maybe delay onboarding for that. I'm sure it'll be energetic. It's coming up. TMA 101 ESPN. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the morning after. 10:18 in St. Louis. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sliding in as Martin Kilcoyne, now halfway through the onboarding process here.
Gosh, it seems like he's had to take more testing than what you have to go through to become a coach at the CYC level.
Is that rigorous as well?
Oh, gosh, yeah.
It was worth it, though, for you to lead that St. Catherine Labouré team to a 16-14 record in 2015.
You have to go to symposiums and get background chechecks and everything.
Is it like
to
on
coach third grade
safety?
sport? Yeah, they're trying to protect the kids.
Sure,
obviously,
Yeah.
because there's been an incident or two. I don't know about among the coaches.
Right. Gotcha.
I was always shocked how easy it is to become a substitute teacher. No degree really necessary, just as long as you had a certain amount of hours and show up sober, they'll take you.
Must be how desperate they are to find people to fill that
That's
job.
a thankless job.
Because you got to be ready to go the day of and have nothing else going on.
Yeah.
So it's not easy to find people like that. You don't still sub at all, do you?
No.
You Dom?
I think it's decent.
Dom teach.
Yeah, I think it's decent money too, but I don't need it that bad.
It was always awkward because we had a substitute teacher in high school who would also go to the same like the gym that we would all go to, and so like he would be subbing in for you in geometry, and then later that day you'd see him in the steam room.
Oh, what were you doing there?
Yeah, what are you doing getting a steam?
What do you mean? I had to just, get a good steam in. Feels great.
Okay.
After a little workout, but it was just awkward. It was awkward.
It's awkward for teachers to like go to the neighborhood swim pool or something.
Right. Yeah, no doubt.
Especially when you got a body like this one.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't be awkward. That'd be you're a show pony is who you are. So I can see where you want to show yourself off a little bit, especially the Cavs.
Let's take a listen to the broadcast last night. This is Tom McCarthy on the call. Front page news at ESPN.com. The Billikens and VCU. If you would have been told that yesterday, what would you have thought would have happened?
Something worse than this.
Yeah.
Because this is not that unusual, I guess. It's
full court buzzer beater might get headlines.
Yeah.
But in terms of on the court stuff, not much more than that.
Well, this is what it got it. I'm telling you, Buck Swope's video on that TMA fan page really is there is a little gentleman in red who stands out because the VCU fans are wearing black, the Billiken fans are wearing blue, and then a little gentleman in red emerges.
Bandy Rooster,
and
like the guy from Somewhere Under the Rainbow.
Yeah, Panther from under the bed. He had an alfalfa hairstyle. You don't see that too often, do you? Why doesn't that come back?
I don't know.
I think people use moose like that.
Maybe we'll see that somewhere in Clayton in the next
the guy
few
in
years.
red basically just watched as I look at the video again.
Yeah, then he got sideways with the tall, bald guy, though, and you didn't want to pick a fight with him. But here, take a listen. Here's Tom McCarthy on the CBS broadcast.
You don't often see this in college basketball, but there is a heck of a brawl going on in the stands.
Oh, wow.
The police officers and the security have come over and tried to help out almost immediately to slow it all down.
Just an ugly ending to a really good game.
Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah, all the players are looking up. The coaches are looking up. People have their cameras out, which in this day and age is not a shock.
By the VCU bench.
Oh, they're really having a tough time. They really are having a tough time of making sure that this is stopped. Once it started piling on the stairwell, it was hard to peel it back.
My goodness. And you got to get that under control. There's no place for that in college basketball. On any sports venue, for that matter.
At all.
I noticed they kept playing the upbeat music through most of the brawl.
Yeah, that's
Imagine the cheerleaders were
Icona
dancing.
Pop, and that's Charlie XCX?
Yeah.
2012?
Oh,
you just nailed it, Tim. I mean, you just knocked it right out of the ballpark.
Nah, it's listen, here's the deal. Do I work hard? Yeah, I do. But the talent that I have is the thing that I think separates me from everybody else.
Right. And you're humble.
Not that bad. Who knew Doug was such a thug? Come on, I expected better from you. That's Sharon and Sanibel / Clayton.
I've seen a lot more rowdy fights than that at sporting events. I mean, this is not a good thing, of course, but not the worst thing I've ever seen either.
Doug, I imagine you've seen this. It's also now on CNN.com.
Is it really?
Yeah. It's making its way around.
Slow news day.
Yeah, making its way around.
Mm-hmm.
Still, I don't see any quotes from either one of the coaches. But Josh Schertz, a friend of the program, co-host for that matter, cited Bette Midler and Beaches.
She started it?
In his postgame. Take a listen.
I've said this coming in, the best team we played this year, and they're the best team we played this year. So It's a great win because
this isn't the soundbite.
We already played the song.
Come on.
Well, I know, but
we
the
want the
listeners
Bette
cycle
Midler
on.
soundbite.
You know, our guys were feeding off the energy of the home crowd. They were.
This is
they were
pre-brawl. I think
into
he's
it.
talking about.
I think they lifted us at times. We were tired. Students were awesome. They impacted the game in a positive way, and so I think there was anytime you're in a scenario like that, you're playing in a game like that, you could just see we kind of we were getting fatigued, and crowd would get into it. We make a play, and they would just kind of wind beneath our wings there, lift us up. And we don't get through this game without
Jackson.
them. I assure you. VCU's rolling.
Yeah.
Boy, have you ever been able to watch Beaches and not weep at the end?
Yes. Yeah. The one time I watched it, I didn't cry at all.
Have you ever cried during a movie?
Rudy, everybody.
I don't think so.
Really? Never once? Not even like a swell?
As a kid, when they offed Old Yeller.
Spoiler alert!
That got to me.
When they took him out back?
Yeah.
What about Hardball?
Oh.
No. I think that's maybe the only time I ever cried when Old Yeller took a bullet.
I'd say I cry at a movie 3-4 times a year.
You do?
Really? Not like sob. Not like I'm
You're
like
a soy boy.
Inconsolable, but like a little, like a tear will well up. A tear.
Really?
Well, can you give me an example? Give the audience an example. What's getting you?
So it's not a movie, but television. Like Ted Lasso, there's a couple moments in there. Shrinking, which is made by the same guy who made Ted Lasso, Bill Lawrence. There's some moments in there where I get like one tear will kind of well up. I wouldn't necessarily say that I cry, but I get emotional.
Huh.
The dog reuniting videos on TikTok get me every time.
Really?
Now that I said the fly.
To the point
Why'd you look at me like that? And then, Doug, did you hear what he say? He looked at me, and then I don't know why I was stared at. Not I said the fly. That's what Jackson said. Now, what did that mean? I don't know.
Oh, I just did.
Why'd you look at me?
You were looking at me.
Stop looking at each other.
All right, look at Doug. Even better.
Okay. Oh.
What? The hairline looks awesome.
You're getting flirted with.
You gonna start to cry over it?
I might.
Okay.
No, it's not. It's crying might be the wrong word. Just getting emotional.
Sometimes I surprise myself by how unemotional I am about almost everything.
And how does that feel?
Kind of unemotional.
Did you cry for the birth of any of your children?
No. No.
Was that an asinine question? Or?
I like your reaction. I was happy.
Sure.
Well, happy tears.
A friend of the program, Rich Gould, said he cried when he found out his daughter was a daughter.
Yeah, that's bad form.
That's considered impolite.
Do you think he cried when Tom Watson
He
lost?
did. He said, Junior, I have only cried 2 times in my life, because I asked him about Watson at the 2009 Open. And he goes, when Tom Watson lost the 2009 Open, and when my daughter Kelly came out and she was a girl.
Oh.
I think your daughter.
That's rough. I feel bad for Kelly now.
I'd have been Katie. Well, either way.
Either way. The snake down there. Get it now.
Wow,
That's
really
the
just an
book
unfortunate double entendre.
That's the name of his book. That's the name of his book.
Watch the payola.
Is that not the name of his book?
Watch the payola.
And yeah, but the timing of it, I get what you were doing there.
Plug all of
How am
that.
I going to explain that to my kids?
Just keep them safe on Friday.
They will.
What you got to do.
I cried when Doug gave birth to me. That's from Eric in the Central West End. What does that mean?
No idea what
now,
that means.
Mae Young, when she gave birth to that hand. Did you not get
and
a
Mark
touch
Henry
emotional?
was the father, and then and she was in her 70s and giving birth, and she gave birth to a hand.
No, I didn't.
I just recently watched that. I don't think in my hardest of fever dreams I could ever think of something like that, of an old lady giving birth to a
Which
hand.
is good. It's stupid.
Or my
absolutely ridiculously stupid.
One of my favorite things is when the WWE will do a cutaway to somebody in the audience after a big moment, and they are just losing it, just emotional as can be. When The Undertaker lost his streak, there was tears all over.
Sad. Dumbing down of America. That's what it is.
You can give your thoughts, 314-974-010. That's how you call in. And you can text in 314-399-9646. And then you can email in. I mean, hey, self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, she's inside the red zone. But she's not there yet. When you got Buck Swope and Misty Plop still live out there, hey, you know, it's fun to see Y.E. Yang, isn't it? Isn't it fun to see him?
Good times, yeah.
But if Tiger's the one lurking, you don't feel safe. That's got to be self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom feeling that way. Doug, James Carlton's my insurance agent online at carltoninsurance.net. Oh, look, there's 409 5-star reviews. And they just aren't reviews where people just go, fine, 5 stars, stop bothering me. Now, what they do is they write something out, usually raving about one of two things: the customer service that James and his team provide, or the fact that James was able to save them money. Has your insurance gone up from last year? There is a very good chance the answer is yes. Don't you owe it to yourself and to your family to put yourself in the best position, both with service and with saving money? And one phone call can take care of that. Then they do all the paperwork for you. That's what James can do. That's why I'm a client. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton State Farm. This program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, Iconopop and Charlie XCX, and this is what was playing during the 5-minute fight at the Billiken game last night.
Yeah.
And it was on loop.
And I just envisioned the cheerleaders just dancing up a storm while all this is going on.
Anytime there's a scrap from now on, this will be in the background. Is this Charlie XCX singing her?
I think so, yeah.
Doug, is this Charlie XCX?
I don't know who the hell it is.
She's been, I mean, geez, Brat came out in the summer of 2024. This song's from 2012. That's more than a decade of hits.
And she was singing on Fancy with Iggy Azalea in 2014?
Yeah.
I mean, we got to celebrate her run.
What's the XCX for?
Doug?
I mean, I have a computer in front of me, too, but I thought maybe you would know.
You just crowdsource.
I don't know off the top of my head.
It's a crowdsourcing industry, and we welcome you to crowdsource here on the program by asking us questions, and then we'll look them up. That's what we do.
Kiss Charlie Kiss.
Kiss Charlie Kiss.
That makes sense.
Kiss Charlie Kiss.
There you go. Hey, that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day is coming up on the program here in about, I'd say 15 minutes. We had Jeremy Rutherford in studio for 2 segments on this Blues situation, Doug Armstrong's conversation yesterday. You miss anything, you can podcast it. That podcast brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. SCHAEFER door.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. It's going to give you the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs, and they have Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer's experienced in these types of jobs as well because they service commercial doors as well. Go to schaeferdoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. That's 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. There you go. Jackson, you've prepared a smorgasbord of questions. We got to one of them, but I would like to get to another one. What do you think is your next best effort?
If you were an athlete, how would you balance your media relations strategy in the current state of sports? Doing the canned answer kind of thing doesn't cause ripples, but being personable and more expository can get you equity.
Expository? What the hell? I don't even know what that means, and I almost graduated from a state school.
You were close.
Ability to be, exposed?
Not really.
Sounds like the speaker doesn't know the definition.
No.
Intend to explain or describe something.
Okay.
So that kind of fits perfectly despite conjecture.
Why are we getting talked down to with these big words?
It's Ledoux again.
Adderall's really kicking in. But being personal and more expository can get you equity for a future career in broadcasting or maybe even podcasting. Is there a balance to be had? Who toes the line the best?
Wow, I like that last question.
Who toes the line the best?
Right, because you don't want to be the guy who's saying too much. You don't want to be the Jimmy Butler Teammate Award.
You can never, ever air out a teammate.
Right.
Or if you're a manager or coach, air out the effort of a specific person. You're going to lose the room. I'm telling you, Ollie Marmol and the Tyler O'Neill thing was... It didn't mean that's why they lost, but I was just like, oh boy, that is not the way. You can do that in front of the club. You can't do that in the media. I think if you can, and it's so easy to say when we're on this side of it, but make yourself available and give as much as you can. I think falling on the sword, if you're in a leadership position, and then for blame, and then distributing credit. That's the move, and give as much as you possibly can. And I think it also would be good to remind both the reporters, and then as their conduits to the fans, you're also therefore reminding the fans that there's some things that go on that have to stay inside of the room. Understand people have questions and appreciate the support, but some of the things we just can't get into. But I think that's healthy. So I am of the opinion that you give as much as you possibly can, because oftentimes the media is your way to communicate with the fans, and the reality is the fans, specifically in sports, are the reason why you have the millions of dollars usually. Mm-hmm. What do you think, Doug?
Well, it's kind of cliche, but I think they just kind of need to be themselves. If you try to be somebody that you're not in interviews, sooner or later you're going to say something that's going to backfire.
Was that what you were asking?
No, not necessarily, but just, I think guys go up to a podium or are approached in a scrum, and are kind of trained either subconsciously or they were literally
they
told.
are absolutely trained.
Right. But even like I'll answer in kind of the Bull Durham style canned answers, doing my best for the team, just trying to go out there day in and day out and be a contributor, when really they might have something a little bit more maybe inflammatory to say, not necessarily about another player or a coach, but they just know let's not cause ripples and keep our head to the grindstone. But then you might get labeled as a guy who's kind of boring. I always thought Adam Wainwright did such a great job.
That's a nice play.
That's
a great play.
Yeah.
That's a great play.
He would Kurt Warner was great too.
Yeah, never stepping on anyone's toes, but always being descriptive in the way they talked, and you could tell they weren't there just to check the box. They were there to actually talk to the fans.
Not a star player, but Tioka Jackson was incredibly insightful and kind. I mean, God, 90+% of hockey players star otherwise. I think that comes with just the way that the generation before the generation before the generation before, and that's the culture that is established, and you talk and you distribute the credit and you fall on the sword for the blame. That's, again, there'll be exceptions, but across the board there. Yeah, locally right now, who would you, Wainwright, we're 2 years removed there. I don't know.
I don't know if you have somebody who you're comes right at the top of your mind.
I thought Brady Cook did a hell of a job.
That's a good answer. I really like that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Nobody else with really big personalities. I'm not sure the teams have had enough success to have a big personality.
Right.
If you're struggling just to keep your head above water, there's not a lot of guys that are going to come out and be superstars in the media.
Anytime Jordan Walker talks, I think he's
he's got the potential. I agree with you on that.
He's extremely intelligent.
Yeah, he's charismatic.
Genuine.
Yeah, if he can get it going, that guy can own St. Louis.
Mason won too. Mason won both.
Yeah, you're right.
And the way they speak. They're just really young, and they'll get there. I don't think Adam Wainwright, who we know now is an incredible orator and singer, when he was 23, was, espousing those things. But you get there.
Probably not. Yeah, you could tell Wainwright is extremely intelligent. Right. He could do anything in baseball.
Yeah, totally.
He could be the commissioner and everyone. I think would be fine with it.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you there. Deep voice dude says Jason Tatum.
Yeah, very much so. Extremely genuine. He's also such a, and this goes to the star power that the NBA can create. He's almost like a brand now, like the Jason Tatum brand. So he also has to kind of watch what he says too, because you don't want to be out there. Again, Jimmy Butler Teammate Award.
Doug, this Jimmy Butler Teammate Award.
It's really locker room chemistry award. Him, the Antonio Brown locker room chemistry award.
Is he gone Antonio Brown?
No. But Jimmy Butler is trolling.
Patrick Mahomes is pretty good.
Yeah, that's a nice play.
Yeah, because he never seems to turn anybody down. He never says that's a stupid question. He seems to be humble.
Man of the people, kind of.
Nice enough guy, yeah.
He talks about his dad bod.
John Scores says Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Nice play.
Great call. He's like a uber personality. He's beyond he gives you a better soundbite. He's like you could have a Josh Allen show just based around him.
Do either of you two remember the first professional athlete that you had to step up and put a microphone in front of?
First professional athlete?
Somebody with the Minnesota Vikings for me, but I'm not sure who it was.
Oh, is that right?
Don't know who. Tommy Kramer, maybe he was
Tommy Kramer.
Yeah, someone like that, I guess.
Yeah, probably somebody at spring training for the Cardinals in 1998. And Doug, I don't know if you're aware of this, but I have Irish ethnicity, and historically we're known for not being well hung and then also sunburn. And
in that order,
I think so. Certainly, a potato famine, if we were playing Family Feud, would probably have a few votes as well. But I was excited because John Mabry was walking out to camp, and it was me and Gabe. Gabe Upbeat and a couple other guys in the class, and I did not put any sun block on.
Oh no!
And John Mabry, and I didn't realize this was the case, was going, "You guys enjoying yourselves? Getting some sun?" And then I saw that I was as red as the jersey he was wearing.
Oh, no.
I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit disturbed at the number of people asking me to take my shirt off.
He didn't have his shirt off.
There's my classmate, the Colonel, Gabriel Petey Armand of PowerMizzou.com. Jameis Winston getting a vote from John Scores.
Yeah, but he's in the class by himself.
I think it's harder for baseball players to do it because if they're really good, they're just going to get bombarded every night. Now, Wainwright only when he pitched, so it was
Right,
1
right.
out of 5 nights.
Yeah.
But a position player, if Albert Pujols had been, a stand-up comedian, he would have been asked to do interviews all day long.
Right.
So they might hold back on purpose, some guys.
It's a fair observation for position players in particular. Send your emails in. We got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up here on the program. Doug, I don't know. I don't know what you're going to compare it to, but this is it. If the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom wins the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, we have history. Are you going to handle the press, or do you want me to handle the press?
Why don't you do that, Tim?
If she wins, the first lady to ever win the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month standings in 21 years of this program. This is a big moment. I'm sure, I have 2 sons, and Doug has 3 sons, but I'm sure a lot of you have daughters. And this will probably mean a lot to you and to them to know that they can grow up and know they can win the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month.
There just aren't any limits anymore.
That's the thing. That's the thing.
Yeah.
And so this is a big moment for the community, I think. I hope I'm not
No, you're not overstating it. Not just the community, but the world at large.
Right.
Everybody's watching this. Can a woman break through, or can a guy claiming to be a woman break through?
Now, that's a serious charge.
Yeah.
You might be served with a slander suit.
Well, or I might be 100% accurate.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Hey, this is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Fresh off an appearance from First Take, Shams Charania is reporting that De'Aaron Fox's preferred destination at the trade deadline is the San Antonio Spurs. Swipa heading to San Antonio with Wemby? That's what Shams Charania is reporting on First Take. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, there's Charlie XCX again. Big Charlie XCX, 10 o'clock hour here.
It's a brat, 10 o'clock hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Here you go. This is the one that's going to get podcasted on the Schaefer Door Company podcast over and over again. As we could be on the precipice of history with the self-made stay-at-home Laduma, I'm clinching the month of January in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. This is it. Okay. Now, there are a lot of complaints already, and we haven't even begun the segment in the YouTube chat. Not happy in general. Somebody called us St. Charles.
Okay.
Is written, who is going to get robbed today? Don Peepee says probably Swope. And then us St. Charles said Swope needs to hang it up for emails. He's getting stale. And then us St. Charles says his stuff's not nearly as good since Iggy left.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
A little pot kettle situation there.
Mm-hmm. Ladies, you feel like you know who these people are?
I think I'm on to St. Charles situation here.
Podcast. Wow, Doug, that's breaking news.
Talk season of initials.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for what could be a historic Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. That was a great phone call from Smooth explaining the brawl at Chaifetz. Let's just say I'm very intrigued about his show in the, quote, man cave, where, quote, a bunch of dudes get together and anything goes, end quote. Daddy likey. However, I want to address what happened at the end of TMA yesterday. My email was filtered, even though I did not say anything vile. Sure, I made fun of Powder for his painfully awkward pirate metaphor that fizzled without a punchline, but it was just a goof. I know why my message was unfairly deleted. My email ended with the phrase, Billikens, Billikens, rah, rah, rah. I bet that bothered Chairman Kurt. He's a tiger honk, and he was probably jealous that Schertz's bunch might steal Mizzou's spotlight. Shame on you, Curtis. Shame on you for filtering me, and shame on your ex for viciously assaulting a helpless guy on crutches all those years ago. Why do you hate freedom? Why do you hate America? Turns out the so-called chairman has the mentality of a chair boy. He's not a man. He's a jealous baby hiding behind a messy pile of coat hangers. At 2 kg? That's from the JV golf coach, and he's got an image of the JV golf coach on Hulk Hollywood Hogan from the New World Order era. Was that 1999?
I don't know.
The Monday Night Wars? New World Order.
JV golf coach.
Devastation. Heart-wrenching regret. Self-loathing. Have you ever had the chance to meet your hero and completely blow it? Well, I went to the Blues game Monday and stayed solely in the concourse in the hopes of crossing paths with Tim. And then I saw him, with a 3-year-old hoisted over his shoulder, marching his way out. Would it be rude of me to say hello and great show? Should I offer to get him a slippery nipple from the bar?
Oh.
Does he want me to really lay into KJ Choi for not winning the 2009 PGA Championship? Can we at least share some forked broccoli? He came closer, and I was at a loss for words. All I could muster as he passed was a meek Sappho's. And then he was gone like a warm breeze cutting through South City on a summer evening.
Oh, was he?
I won't ever recover. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Josh Allen's elusive passing yards.
Shooter McGavin.
Doug, we got a new one here. Welcome to the show.
Sure.
Stumbled upon some kind of radio program from a place called St. Louis, and I reckon I've got more questions than answers. First off, before even listening, the app asks whether I have ever been attracted to a customer service agent, which feels like an unorthodox gateway into content consumption. But alrighty, let's see what the show has for me while on holiday. Show starts, seems relatively normal for a while, and then one of the hosts just leaves. Poof, he's gone, and nobody even acknowledges it, like it's a daily occurrence, which apparently it is. Man's got a full-time job with a part-time commitment. And then there's the lad who's in a producer role, except he doesn't actually work for the show. He just sort of plays secretary while actually working some side gig owned by the main host. It's a bit of a pyramid scheme vibe, if you ask me.
I don't know.
And then the executive producer's a real treat. Proper snob about his crumbling city, banging on about St. Louis like it's the epicenter of civilization rather than a glorified parking lot for Midwestern regret. That's what this is?
I didn't like that.
I don't feel like that.
Glorified parking lot for Midwestern regret?
Ouch. Ow.
Where Gangster Pete's buddy pleasures himself in his VW Bug?
Oh.
Switched over to the best of, and the conversation veered into how he once attended a 15-man bachelor party at a remote Ozarks cabin. No mention of women, booze, or Wi-Fi. Just 15 blokes in the woods for fun. Curious setup, isn't it? Best, that's from Post-Rope Guilt Abroad.
Say the name again for me.
Post-Rope Guilt Abroad.
Post-Rope Guilt Abroad. Why, he's new.
And what could be a history-making email. Last night was a delight. Old Warson sure does know how to prepare a succulent apricot chutney duck breast prepared with Ledoux's signature jungle juice, whimpered Doug as he retrieved my Sibian from the cloakroom.
Don't say cloakroom.
You check that?
No.
Last evening was a great reminder of how great the 63124 really can be. I miss the old days of Ledoux, the halcyon days, if you will, when Bush's Grove was packed like sardines with sophisticated and sexually aroused blokes noshing on lamb chops and a caprese salad. You like caprese salads?
I do.
I do too.
Sure, fresh mozzarella.
Mm-hmm. Now it's an overpriced health club filled with mediocre whites who think they're special. Listen up! Oh. You're not special if you collect frequent flyer miles. In other news, this charcuterie and monogramming business has taken on a life of its own. I was able to book my daughter's grad party, and now Jackson's hounding me for a Mizzou needlepoint cummerbund for his big day. And that Ruth, I'll tell you what. Player to player, pimp to pimp, she needs to quit siphoning Grey Goose from her tumbler in the carpool line. But at the end of the day, there's no business like hoe business. FYI, if you find a gently used Sibian at the intersection of Clayton and Spady, it flew off my roof rack this morning.
Oh, no.
It's all yours if you can get there in time. Don't worry about the scratches. They were already there. I'm a bad girl, and I am testing things, Doug. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux.
Wow. Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
And finally, I'm not going to be much good to you today, not after witnessing the fracas at the Fets last night. You like that fracas at the Fets?
I don't mind it.
Like that.
I was a few sections away, but I can read lips, and it appeared they were arguing about whether or not the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom was really on the verge of making history as the first female emailer of the month, or merely just the latest in a long line of men pretending to be women for the purpose of getting their texts and emails read on a hackneyed sports talk show that struggles to fill 4 hours because the local teams aren't very good, not to mention the most talented host bolts for the final hour each day, leaving the audience the mercy. However, the yellow diaper-wearing producer who thought forward Chris Pronger was traded for Bill Shanahan runs out the clock. Great to hear from caller Jared, a.k.a. Jay Killa. I think Chairman Kurt does a great job with the filter, and I wish all the best to the dude emailing in as the stay-at-home Ledoux mom as he tries to close out the month recycling the same jokes each day. He's like a younger Kevin Miller if Kevin Miller lived north of Manchester and pretended to be a woman while fantasized about banging dudes. Doug, that's from Buck Swope, and that's what we have.
That's from Buck Swope.
For the Design Air Heating.
Well, I tell you what, I'm going to have to vote again for the fellow by the name of the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
One vote away from history.
Post-rope guilt is real. I'm going post-rope guilt.
I have to vote on the best email, and I've laughed hardest at Buck.
Buck Swope. Oh, that puts it on me.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm going with post-rope guilt. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
And history will have to wait. I never thought it was getting to me.
No.
Wow.
It is.
First time it's gotten to you in a while.
Development. Doug, I know, that's right. Collier and Thompson, phone lines. Wonderful.
Yeah, Collier and Thompson right there. About time that you had your home remodeled. Maybe it's a little old, little tired looking. You don't have to move. You just got to make your house look better. That's what Collier and Thompson has done since the 1950s. They are your go-to source for every design consideration. Hard to know who you can trust nowadays to be in your home. Will they back up their work? Will they be there tomorrow? Are they going to answer your phone calls? You don't have to worry about any of that with Collier and Thompson. Thompson. They stand behind every job they do. During the process, they are always available for you in case you need to make changes, have questions. That's what they do. They truly care about the work they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take pride in what they do. Collier and Thompson's core values are summed up by doing the right thing. Might cost them a little extra time, a few dollars, but that's what sets them apart from the competition. You can't make it in that business without being honest and without caring about the customer, and that's what Collier and Thompson has done since the 1950s. They can do it for you as well. They're best in town. You're going to love them if you work with them. Collier and Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Time for us to go. Bye.